Second, Trampy. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next and last item for board action is requested extension of Grand Valley Water Users Common Interest Agreement, Common Interest Cost Share Agreement that we've entered into and amended many times. It's an agreement that we have with the Grand Valley Water Users that allows us to work cooperatively with them in identifying problem areas and hurdles to potential participation in a demand management program. It allows the River District to keep abreast of what is happening in the Grand Valley. It expires pursuant to its terms on December 31st of this year. We already have sufficient authorization in terms of funds from prior authorization, so we don't seek additional money at this time, just an extension of the agreement for an additional 1 year to December 31, 2019. That is the requested action.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Aquafresca, second Whitmore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion carries.
Thank you. If there's discussion of any other items that the board has questions about in the attorney report, I'm happy to discuss those. The one update I would provide is that we talk about in the Water Horse Resources application for a Utah water right. This is the resurrection of the Erin Million project in its umpteenth attempt. Is going for a Utah water right as opposed to a Wyoming or Colorado right. There's a hearing set before the Wyoming State Engineer's Office on November 7. We understand that hearing will last potentially the entire day.
Utah.
I'm sorry, Utah. Sorry. Thank you. In Utah and Salt Lake City, I will plan to participate and attend that hearing. That's
what was I didn't hear what you said the last part there. What?
There is a hearing that will last a full day hearing. I will plan to participate.
There.
Okay.
Did you need any action on the home stake? Very good. Any further discussion or comments on other items in the General Counsel's report? And I think we can go to our lunch break, which I assume is upstairs.
What time should we reconvene?
Well, let's try to make it as short as we can. We'd be on schedule approximately if we got back at 1. Let's go for 1:15, something of that sort. Try to 1:15 is reasonable. All right.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So we're going to come back into public session, and first thing we have scheduled is a presentation on NASA-sponsored Airborne Snow Observatory by Dr. Jeffrey Deems.
Well, John's going to real quickly introduce.
I could introduce him very poorly because I just met him for the first time today. Dave is the guy, but he's not here, and so.
Typical.
Maybe I should let him introduce himself.
Thanks. Yeah, I thank you all for the opportunity to come show some of this work to you. I'm a research scientist at the University of Colorado National Snow and Ice Data Center, and also the NOAA Western Water Assessment. I'm also on the science team, one of the principals of the NASA Airborne Snow Observatory, which I'll go into some detail on today. Let me start with giving you an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I've taken what's normally a 45-minute to an hour presentation and whittled it down to 20 minutes here. So if I breeze through something too fast, you can stop me, but it's not on me if we run long. Kidding aside, I'd be happy to go into some things in more detail or to connect with anybody afterwards to go through some more details. Anyways, I'll run through a bit of motivation behind this project. Many things that will be familiar to all of you, water management challenges in a changing world. I'll give you an overview of the Airborne Snow Observatory program and some highlights, specifically from California, where we've done a lot of work in the Sierras, and then go into some more detail into our ongoing projects in Colorado, and then wrap with a brief outlook of what the future holds. I'll quickly acknowledge a whole host of partners. I could probably double the amount of logos on this screen. We're very much partnership driven. This is not us inventing something and then telling everyone else how to do it. This is very much an organic technology development and applications development effort. I particularly want to give a warm shout out to Joe Busto at CRWCD, who's been very enabling with support from his program for ASO operations in Colorado, and a whole host of other research and operations partners, new and old. So a little motivation to start with. I figured I'd give an example outside your basin. This is from the Rio Grande. Thanks to Craig Cotton, a division engineer down there, for these numbers, showing the percentage error from the June forecast, April-July forecast, compared to the actual measured water supply at the end of September. And I've highlighted the errors that are greater than 10% there. And you can see a number of years, no problem, under 5% or thereabout. And then some years on the order of 15, 25, even 50%. As you're well aware, anytime there's a end of season compact obligation, that makes the early season forecast that much more critical for making sure that especially junior users get their water, and also you meet the compact obligations at the end of the year. So numbers that are towards the upper end of these percentage errors are really, really difficult to cope with. So we're interested from a research and applied research standpoint as to why operational forecasts and when operational forecasts are particularly vulnerable. And here we're talking about statistical stream flow forecasts like the NRCS makes, where they relate spring snow water equivalent from the SNOTEL network to expected stream flows later in the summer, or a temperature index based runoff forecast like the River Forecast Center provides. Either one of these types of forecasts are based on a period of record. They're based on this year, the forecast year, being similar to years in the past. And when this year is different from years in the past, then those methods suffer some vulnerabilities. And conditions are changing. We are more and more frequently seeing years that are not well represented in the period of record. Temperatures are warming. We're seeing a shorter snow season. We're seeing increased rain-snow fraction in those shoulder seasons, the fall and the spring. We're seeing more and more episodes of midwinter melt and rain on snow, changes in forest cover from fire and bark beetles, and management responses to those. And dust on snow is changing the amount of solar energy going into the snowpack. All of these things conspire to make even what looks like a normal year behave differently than we've seen it do in the past. So, how do we operate in that environment and add some resilience or robustness to operational forecasts? Well, the generic way to do this is decrease our reliance on that historic record. In other words, make our models more sensitive to the actual physical processes that exist on the landscape. Snow precipitation and all the snowmelt drivers, representing those specifically rather than, say, indexing on temperature or on a statistical relationship with 1st of April snow water equivalent. So in order to do that, we have to improve our models, but we also have to increase the availability and use of spatial data that's more than just at a point or one station, but is distributed across the landscape. These are things like satellite observations or airborne observations, or incorporating weather model output that gives us precipitation and temperature everywhere instead of just at one location. There's two key elements to this that we can leverage. One is that the accumulation pattern of snow across the landscape, where the snow ends up specifically at the beginning of the melt season, really is the main driver of runoff timing and volume. So if we can know that, then that gets us a long ways towards being able to forecast stream flow better. And the other is that solar radiation is the main driver of snow melt. Now we're used to thinking about air temperature. When it gets warm out, the snow starts melting. Conveniently, the air temperature also warms up when the sun is out, which allows us to use air temperature, which is more easily measured, as an index for snow melt. But if we start changing the conditions, that index breaks down. Maybe if we can actually start measuring the solar input to the snowpack, then we can do a better job of forecasting melt. The good thing about both of these factors is that they can be monitored operationally with remote sensing, so satellite or airborne observations. And this is what we're trying to do with the Airborne Snow Observatory. Again, it gives us a spatial perspective on the snowpack and the snow energy balance. The graph in the upper right there shows a distribution of SNOTEL elevations for each state. Colorado is the third column there, along with the minimum and maximum terrain elevations. So you can see we're only sampling a narrow band of elevations with our SNOTEL network. So anything that changes above or below that, we're basically blind to. So the airborne and the satellite remote sensing can allow us to sample that entire watershed. So in the interest of figuring out how to operationally measure snow water equivalent and snow albedo or reflectivity across the landscape, we've come up with the Airborne Snow Observatory. This is a NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory project, but has seen strong partnership with California Department of Water Resources and the CRWCD, among others. And in a nutshell, it's an aircraft with two instruments on it. One is a scanning LiDAR. I'll tell you how that works in a second. And the other is a hyperspectral imager, which basically is a fancy camera that sees not just in our visible wavelengths, but into the near infrared. And from those, we get snow water equivalent and snow albedo on a 50-meter resolution across entire watersheds. So the LiDAR system, LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging. It's basically radar with lasers. And this system shoots out up to 800,000 laser pulses per second and scans across the aircraft ground track. And it's basically a time of flight measurement. It measures the range to the ground or the snow surface, and with a GPS system, converts that into a set of elevations. We do this twice, once with no snow on the ground, and then again with snow on the ground, and just subtract the two elevation maps, and we get snow depth at a very high resolution, typically 3-meter grid resolution across an entire watershed. Snow depth obviously is not water equivalent, but it is the main factor driving variation in snow accumulation across the landscape. So if we can measure that directly, that gets us the most of the way there to getting water equivalent. We can simulate density rather accurately. Depth times density gives us water equivalent throughout an entire basin. And the bottom left figure there is a snow water equivalent map for the Tuolumne River Basin in California. And I'll show you that again in a second. And snow albedo. Albedo is just the percentage of solar radiation that's reflected. Snow we tend to think of as bright white. That means it reflects almost all of the radiation that's hitting it. As we get out into the infrared wavelengths that our eyes can't see, snow is actually quite a bit darker. If you put a bunch of dust on the surface, our eyes are actually telling us a lot about what's going on there. It looks darker to our eyes. That's because it's absorbing a lot more sunlight. And in many cases, twice as much sunlight. And if sun's already the dominant driver of snow melt, absorbing twice as much really pushes the gas pedal on the melt. So if you look up in the mountains and it's dusty, you know the snow season's coming to a rapid end. This system allows us to actually put numbers on exactly how much faster it's melting and coming to an end. So looking at some data from California, here's the Tuolumne River again. This has been one of our primary test sites over the years. And we have a strong partnership there with the Hetch Hetchy Water and Power, which is the water and power supply for the city of San Francisco. And we've been, since 2013, measuring semi-monthly or even weekly throughout the melt season. So full basin mapping up to weekly throughout the melt season, providing this incredibly rich time series. Even one of these maps is kind of revolutionary from the snow hydrology world. A whole time series of them is something else entirely. This is an amazing data set, one that's still being mined for scientific value. The water resources application is also front and center. So we've done a couple of studies with Hetch Hetchy folks showing the utility to reservoir operations there. They have a multi-objective management challenge. They need water supply for the city. They need power supply for the city. If they mismanage that, they got to buy power on the open market in California. Not a cheap prospect. They've got flood control and in-stream flow requirements. All of those things tend to work at cross purposes at different points in the season. So a better handle on how much water they still have up in their basin and will come down in stream flow is worth its weight in gold to them. The lower figure there is kind of, well, and even the title's cut off on the left. This is a relationship between the measured snow water equivalent from the aircraft versus the measured inflow to Hetch Hetchy Reservoir from that date of the flight through the rest of the melt season. And you can see it makes a very straight line. Those who've done regression work before know that a 0.97 R squared is a pretty ridiculous number. It's
That means you're lying.
It's a big, yeah. We thought this. In fact, Chris Graham at Hetch Hetchy put this together. He spent 2 weeks sitting on it because he was sure he'd plotted the same thing against itself.
Yeah.
But once he was sure, this has become our go-to plot. It's a little bit off the one-to-one line because we do tend to get a little precip after we fly the plane, but this is a powerful indicator that even one flight from ASO is a really strong predictor of how much the seasonal inflow to the reservoir is going to be. We've done this in a little more real time as well. The center graph there shows their distributed snowpack model, PRMS, without ASO, and then with one ASO update, reducing the percentage error in the streamflow forecast from 37% to 6%. This is, we've got a couple years that look a lot like this. So with the Tuolumne and Hetch Hetchy folks kind of leading the charge here, we've expanded this effort throughout the Southern Sierras and had quite a bit of success with a bunch of other operators as well in these Southern Sierra basins. This map is a snapshot over 4 days in April this spring, 2018, where we mapped almost the entire Southern Sierra and delivered each of these products to the appropriate water managers within a day. So low latency data, incredible spatial detail and extent. And then the water users can use these data however they see fit. We deliver both the distributed product. We can also aggregate into a single number for a whole basin or sub-basins or by elevation band, et cetera. So it's easy to replicate operational products that operators are used to. In the future in California, we're going to continue monitoring the 6 major basins in the central and southern Sierra, as well as a bunch of small ones on the east side. Plans are afoot. We've got the snow-free data for a number of northern basins, the Feather, the McCollum, and the American. The state of California, DWR, wants to move towards regular, at least monthly, full Sierra coverage within 5 years. So this is a big effort. Data delivery through their state systems and integration with a lot of the state water resources support operations. We've also been working with the Forest Service in California, doing some forest health inventory work. This is summertime. It allows us to get snow-free maps for certain watersheds, but there's a lot of other data products that can come from the LiDAR and spectrometer data that are useful beyond just water management. A couple of quotes that I've nabbed from some of our California cooperators. Dave Rizzardo, chief of the Snow Survey, says, having used this technology, it's hard to imagine a future without it. And Wes Moynier from Turlock Irrigation basically says we've created them a new reservoir without having to go through environmental review or permitting. In other words, these data are so powerful in terms of knowing the amount of water in the watershed that they can manage their existing infrastructure to a much tighter margin. So pretty powerful results scientifically and operationally in California.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the forest health inventory and how that interplays?
Yes. So basically the LiDAR system each laser pulse can be reflected by multiple targets. So when it shoots through a forest canopy, you get reflections from the top of the forest, a bunch from the middle part of the canopy, and then also from the ground. And if you do this throughout an entire watershed, you basically have a map of forest structure everywhere at meter or thereabouts resolution. And so they can look at forest structure and forest structure change over time. They can also look at response to fire or bark beetle, so changes in that forest structure, combined with the spectrometer, which tells them a lot about both the species and the health of individual trees. It makes for a very, very powerful data set. So
is there a formula that says there'll be more or less water?
That's an excellent question. So forest cover change has a couple of different offsetting effects on snow water resources. If you remove a lot of forest canopy, you actually get more snow on the ground, so less interception. And that snow tends to stick around a little longer because it doesn't blow away and sublimate. On the other hand, it's less shaded, so it tends to melt a bit faster and evaporate a bit more once it starts melting. So how that translates to stream flow depends a lot on the latitude and the terrain and the type of forest, etc. But there's a lot, it's an active subject of research right now, and has been for years, how forest management efforts can positively impact water supply both for ecosystems and for human uses. So there's no one answer to that, but one number from a basin isn't going to tell you how the forest is going to respond or how the water is going to respond to the forest, but a spatial data set like this can help researchers and operators address that. So moving closer to home here in Colorado, initially we were flying with Twin Otter International out of Grand Junction, so our test basins were the Uncompahgre and some lines on the Grand Mesa. So we've been flying the Uncompahgre above Ridgeway intermittently since 2013. That's with support from NASA headquarters. With support from Joe Busto's program at CRWCD, we engaged in the Rio Grande streamflow forecasting project, flying the Rio Grande above Del Norte and the Conejos, 2015 and 2016. We've also flown as a part of the NASA SnowX campaign, and I'll get back to this in a little bit, some high-resolution flights over the Grand Mesa and the Senator Beck Basin, which is in the upper Uncompahgre. And then just in the past few years, I've been flying the upper Gunnison River as well, transitioning the Rio Grande project elements over to there. So I'll show you some of those results here. The Rio Grande project was really bringing in a whole bunch of different technologies and people to try to improve forecasting in the Rio Grande in response to the forecast challenges that I showed on my first slide. These included enhanced ground observations, new SNOTEL lights and precip gauges. A National Severe Storms Lab mobile weather radar was stationed at Alamosa Airport for a couple winters. Airborne Snow Observatory mapping, and all of this dovetailed into the Wharf Hydro National Water Model study run by the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And all of these conspired basically to improve the Wharf Hydro simulations in that basin. So it's provided a pathway forward to improved snowmelt and water supply simulations, not just in the Rio Grande, but anywhere that's snowmelt dominated. One particular result I'd like to show from the Conejos, this is capturing the Miracle May of 2015. Many of you will remember that at the end of April in 2015, things were looking pretty dire. Snowpack was melting early, there wasn't much of it to begin with. And then it basically rained and snowed for the month of May. And fortuitously, we were able to bookend that month with 2 ASO flights. Most of the SNOTELs saw all rain out of these events in May. There was only a couple of them that showed any snow at all. So if you're just using the SNOTEL system, you wouldn't expect that the snowpack has grown much anywhere. But we were able to show that even though the lower elevations melted out, the upper elevations actually gained snow. And the difference in water equivalent between the 2 dates, April 6th and June 2nd, was only 6,500 acre-feet. But you can see the 2 maps show a pretty dramatic spatial difference. So if you think of the air temperature differences with altitude and a lot of snow getting packed into those north-facing cirques up there, that high elevation accumulation during that time period really changed the melt-out pattern and delayed snow melt throughout the late season. So really interesting application there, being able to capture late season snow accumulation. Moving into the Upper Gunnison, again with CRWCD support here, a collaboration with the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District, thanks Frank. The Department of Energy Watershed Function project that's going on in the East River, I'll get to that in a minute. And again, the NCAR Wharf Hydro folks. We had 1 snow-on flight in spring of 2016, 2 this past spring, and we just got our snow-off flight completed last month. So I've got some new data to show you hot off the presses here. We're planning on at least 2 more flights next spring, again around April 1st and then mid-melt, and hopefully 2 more with some NASA SNOX project support. So a few results here from this spring. I'm showing you snow depth here just to give you an idea of the spatial coverage and detail of these data. So the green outline is the Upper East River. Basically the center of this image here is Mount Crested Butte. If we zoom in a little bit of an oblique view, you can see the blues are low snow up to reds being high snow depths. And we can see there's an elevational gradient there, as we might expect. We also see a lot more snow on the northeast sides of the mountains and less on the southwest that are more sun and wind exposed. And then some really complicated wind drifting patterns up above tree line that are pretty difficult to replicate with anything but this technology. Zooming in a little more on Mount Crested Butte, we can tell you exactly which runs they make snow on and exactly how big their terrain park jumps are. But importantly, any of you know the terrain here, there's a lot of forest in this image. The LiDAR technology can see through the forest, as I was mentioning before, and map the snowpack below the forest canopy. So that's an important feature of this. The 2 years and then the 2 flights this year allow us to compare some patterns. In 2016, we mapped a smaller area. That's why the blue areas are a little bit different here. But we can compare 2016 and 2018 around the 1st of April. Probably a little difficult to see from distance here, but there was a lot more snow at high elevations in 2016, a lot more white colors in this image. I could toggle back and forth between the 2, and you can see the higher elevations are quite a bit heavier accumulation in 2016. If we move to 2018, we flew April 1st and May 24th this year. The area covered by snow is pretty dramatically different, and then looking at the highest elevations, the snow was substantially depleted there as well in just a month and a half. We can zoom in and look at the snow in different elevation bands and compare the distribution of snow with elevation between the two flights. So May in the red, we see a lot less snow overall than in April, and the lowest snow line obviously has moved uphill. Again, we could talk back and forth between these two to show that melt-out difference over a month. Pretty dramatic. Moving into some volume comparisons, just started looking at these data last night, so give me another week and I'll probably have more to say about it. But looking at 2016, I've got the two RFC and NRCS forecasts from 1st of April, May, and June on the top two lines there. This is the 50% exceedance forecast in 1,000 acre feet. The ASO SWE on the third line, and again, we only flew a portion of the basin in 2016. Brush and cement creeks are probably about 30% of the snow-covered area, so if I add 30% to that number, it gets actually pretty close to the number that of the stream flow accumulated through July. So a pretty decent matchup in 2016. Now, we're measuring the snowpack and then we're measuring the stream gauge, and there's lots of things that happen between the snow and the stream gauge. Additional inputs from precipitation, and then lots of outputs from groundwater, consumptive use, snowpack sublimation, plant transpiration, etc. And those seem to have balanced out quite a bit in 2016. I'll show you this is a soil moisture map from the RFC, 1st of April 2016, and the little blue box there in the center is about our mapping area. And you can see in the lower elevations of the Gunnison, it's only a few inches from saturation in 2016. This is some foreshadowing for the next slide. If we go to 2018, same chart for 2018, we had 2 ASO flights, quite a bit higher ASO numbers than the runoff forecasts from both agencies, but all of ASO and the forecasts overestimated how much stream flow. RFC forecast, for example, is 108,000 acre feet. We ended up with 78. That's the 50% exceedance. Even the 90% exceedance, I think, was 83. So it was below the 90% numbers. But ASO is saying there was even a lot more snow than we might have expected up there. What does this mean? What happened in 2018? Well, part of the story is soil moisture. We see a much bigger soil moisture deficit at the beginning of 2018. Part of it undoubtedly is a much drier monsoon season, greater evaporative demands. All of these things are portions of the water balance that we can now try to quantify, knowing how much snow we started with. So we were able to remove one big component of the uncertainty in the water balance, and in this case, go back and do a post-mortem on what happened in 2018. So I've showed you some results from the East River here. We also flew the Taylor above Taylor Reservoir, and we'll have those results out shortly. I'll be working with Frank and his crew to evaluate those. I'll briefly breeze through a couple of other connections here. I mentioned the Department of Energy project in the East River. This is a 10-year project run out of the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And basically, they are looking at every component of the water, energy, and nutrient balance in the East River. There is an amazing amount of research going on in this basin from this project alone. Changes in forest and plants, changes in snow. I'm working on that part, and so is ASO. Changes in groundwater flux and nutrient availability into stream flows. So look for good things, lots of good things to come out from both the science and the applied aspects of this project. We finished 2018, so I should have scratched that out of the title. 2019, we're planning 2 more flights, as I mentioned. Hopefully 4. The National SnowX campaign will be coming back to Colorado this year. So leveraging the existing ASO operations, as well as adding some more airborne measurements. And also, we're working on a proposal with Denver Water to start flying the Blue River above Dillon Reservoir. They've seen quite a variance in how much snow translates to stream flow in their basin as well, and are wondering if it's snow accumulation differences, if it's dust on snow, if it's their severe bark beetle impact, and how they can get a handle on that They've got 4 snow-tail sites in their basin, but they're all in a very narrow elevation band. So they're kind of blind to a lot of the snow dynamics going on there. So we've got we're working through a couple proposals with them right now to have at least 2 and probably, hopefully more flights starting in 2019 in the blue. And SNOX is primarily a NASA science project, but ASO combined with a lot of ground measurements and some other radar and infrared remote sensing activities. We primarily focused in the Gunnison with a few smaller efforts in the East River, or sorry, in the Grand Mesa and Senator Beck Basin. So bright future for this project. We've had a lot of great successes so far. Looking forward to exploring our recently produced data sets and expanding on those in future years, and looking to expand partnerships across the state and elsewhere in the Upper Colorado Basin to really leverage this great new data resource and try to support improved and tighter water management basin-wide. Thank you.
Have any questions for Dr. Eames?
That was interesting.
That really was. I have one question, and that zeroes in on the possibility of expanding these programs, costs. Is there any likelihood of there being this being a private project at some time, or will it stay government?
Yeah, lots of good questions there. So we are actively trying to expand. We've been looking and talking with folks in the Roaring Fork, for example. We sort of on spec flew the Castle and Maroon Creek snow-free this fall because basically we were right over the ridge. So extending, I think it was 5 or 6 flight lines enabled us to capture the whole city of Aspen watershed there. So we'll be looking to talk to them a little bit about some opportunities. We've also been flying the upper cirques of the Crystal River. So just building on where we're already flying in the Gunnison, there's some natural opportunities to start building into the Roaring Fork Basin as well. With Denver Water's interests, we're excited to add some other parts of the Colorado main stem. So yeah, we're excited to build new possibilities there. Towards privatization, NASA and JPL specifically, they're a science entity. And so they're not tasked with an operational mandate. So at some point, especially given the operational successes that we've demonstrated very early on in this project, they're going to push us out the door. So we're already preparing for that eventuality, talking with the state of California about a private entity supporting their 5-year vision of flying the whole Sierra regularly. Opportunities in Colorado would deal with the same entity. We see a lot of advantages with that. Contracting with NASA is a pain in the butt. NASA, JPL, they want the money up front, and most every other contractor you deal with will send you an invoice after they're done with the product. So this has been a great challenge. Again, shout out to the CRWCD for fighting through this and signing Space Act agreements. But we think that eventually moving towards commercial enterprise will help restrict some of the overhead costs and also make contracting a lot easier.
Is the data public, your data sets?
It is. So the data are all going to the National Snow and Ice Data Center, or one of my other hats. It's been a bit slow to get there because we're relying on our science staff to actually do that transition. So when we're trying to crank out Gunnison data at the last minute, that tends to reduce our amount of time we have to send data to NSIDC. But they're all public data. They're paid for with NASA funds or state of California or Colorado funds. So if what folks are interested in looking at is not already at NSIDC, then contacting me and the ASO team directly is the way to get it.
What does a single assessment, say, of the upper blue entail in terms of cost, number of flight lines, things like that?
Yep. So there's some variation there. We can, depending on what resolution we want to fly at, that translates directly to flight hours, and that's the main cost driver. Somewhere on the order of 80 to 100K for one acquisition.
For one data point, essentially.
Yeah. Now, that is assuming that we fly the plane from California and fly only the blue or only whichever basin. If there's other basins being flown in close proximity, that cuts the transit. It's a marginal cost instead of a completely sunk cost. So building coalitions helps bring that cost down. We're also, this is still, we're not completely an operational project yet. There's still some applied science questions. One is what resolution do we really need to fly at? So we're producing a 3-meter grid of snow depth, which for those of us who ski around on the ground, 3 meters is a scale that we can intuit and interact with, but it may not actually be that necessary for mapping entire basin water equivalent. We could maybe coarsen that quite a bit, cut the number of flight lines in half, which would bring the cost down substantially. So now that we've got a data set like we do in California, we've got tons of flights over multiple years, we can start taking those apart and pretending that they were flown at lower density or lower resolution or lower temporal frequency and say how often do we need to fly and at what resolution. And that'll help narrow in on an optimal cost.
Is it possible to transition to satellite imagery as opposed to aerial?
It is, and this is partly what the NASA SnowX campaign is designed to support. It's our assertion that for water management purposes, the airborne capability will be maintained. A satellite, you're locked into a fixed orbit, which means that if you flew right before the big snowstorm and you don't have another flight until 12 or 16 days, like the Landsat imager, for example, then maybe you don't have the most timely information. If you have a LiDAR sensor, for example, it can't see through clouds. So if your overflight happens to be on a cloudy day, you're out of luck. With the airplane, we can just fly the next day or whenever the storm's gone. So there's a bit of responsiveness with the airborne platform that's important. Also, if the instrument breaks, you can just land the plane and replace it. Without the space shuttle and a big space program like we used to have, it's a bit tougher to do with a satellite.
Thank you.
So I assume you work with NRCS and the rest because it kind of puts their product in an inferior position somewhat. Is that the future? Maybe even where they might even pony up some to get there?
Possibly. They're one of the more resource-constrained agencies these days.
So, okay.
However, they're super interested in this technology simply because it gives them an opportunity to bulwark some of their statistical relationships, which are, as I mentioned, more and more susceptible to changing conditions. We still need the ground observations because we don't measure density from the air. And so the SNOTEL pillows that measure water equivalent and also have a depth sensor give us density throughout the SNOTEL network. And if anything, we'd argue for more stations because even though they don't provide the statistical forecast robustness that we'd like, it provides important ground data to interface with the airborne data. So we need the NRCS and other observations to continue.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for coming. I really, second time through your presentation, and I still have lots of questions and thoughts, but I really appreciate you being here and making the trip up to see us.
And thanks again for the opportunity, and I'll stick around a bit if anybody wants to catch me at a break or anything. I'm happy to chat. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Sure, but John could too. If John, you could help Kevin get his PowerPoint set up. I'd like to ask the board to welcome Kevin Lusk from Colorado Springs Utilities. During our negotiations sessions of Colorado Springs' pending diligence case for its Upper Blue conditional water rights, Kevin made a presentation of the Colorado Springs Integrated Water Resources Management Plan that he's worked very hard on. And we thought it would be helpful for the River District to see Kevin's presentation and, if he's so willing, answer any questions. Just as a side note, Kevin used to be a client of, not personally, but his organization, used to be a client of mine back in when, in another lifetime in private practice. And,
That's right, the court.
yeah. And it was a pleasure to work with him then. It's a pleasure to work against him now. The only problem is that...
Collaborate with him.
Yeah, collaborate with him, yeah. The only problem is that now I have to disagree with him more, but he's still just as right as he always was. He's a really good engineer, so.
I have to say, Kevin is principal engineer for Colorado Springs. I consider him a friend and a colleague, and he's one of the smartest guys I know. After that, what can I do?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. So, but thank you all very much. Those are great, kind words. And I do want to thank the board and Mr. Chairman for inviting me to come today and giving me the opportunity to share our planning work. As I mentioned, my name is Kevin Lusk. I have worked for Colorado Springs Utilities for about 25 years, so I've come across many of you in very, very different settings over the years, and so I may sometimes wear different hats. I'm also associated with the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company and president of that company, and also part of the Front Range Water Council, so may have had some interaction with some of you in those different roles, but they all spring from my employment with Colorado Springs Utilities. And so this is kind of my primary job, and so thank you for inviting me today. So getting right into it, today what I would like to share with you is just kind of give you a little bit of an overview of our community and our water system, and then get right into our 2017 Integrated Water Resource Plan, or what we call our IWRP. Apologize for kind of the alphabet soup that we're going to be throwing at you today, but I'll try to explain the different acronyms as they come up so that you know what we're talking about. We'll go through kind of the purpose, the process, and the policy outcomes of that planning process, and then get into what we're going to do next. Many of you or most of you are probably very familiar with our city, but we are the second largest city in the state. We were founded in 1871, so we've been around for a while. Elevation of about 6,000 feet, all the way up to approximately 7,500. Quite a bit of elevation change across our city. 439,000, almost 440,000 people that we have. The entire metro area, including many of the smaller communities, is about 655,000 population. Get about 17 and a half inches of rain a year and about 37 inches of snowfall. So that's who we are. This is a schematic of our water system, and I just want to point out a few things for you on this. If I can use the mouse here, I don't know if you can see that. It doesn't seem to be showing up. At any rate, Colorado Springs is going to be kind of in the center right on that slide. And as I said, we were founded in 1871. We started by using water off of the local creeks, Monument Creek and Fountain Creek. Those were ephemeral creeks that would flood for about 2 months in the spring and then be dry the rest of the year. And it became very clear very soon that that was just not going to be a sustainable supply for our city. So we started to develop up on Pikes Peak, built some reservoirs on the south slope of Pikes Peak, and then brought that water through a tunnel to Colorado Springs and the Fountain Creek Basin. It was actually coming off the Beaver Creek Basin, which is kind of the tributary there that is coming into the Arkansas River there towards the bottom of the screen. That was our first trans-basin diversion. And it was from one basin on the south slope of the Pikes Peak over to the north slope to where Colorado Springs sat. That served our purposes well until about the 1940s. We had some big expansion of our city due to Camp Carson being put there, and kind of the wartime effort really caused some growth in our city. So we started to look to the west. That's when we first decided to look to the Blue River Collection System. The Blue River Decree, the CBD project, all of that is tied up in our Blue River Collection System. Built that in the late 40s, early 50s. Took first delivery of that project in 1953 in December, actually. And that's a gravity pipeline from the Blue River up above Breckenridge near Hoosier Pass. There's a tunnel that goes through, and then that flows by gravity through a pipeline all the way to the north slope of Pikes Peak, and then it feeds our city. That served our purposes very well for quite a while. Also really facilitated the location of the Air Force Academy. Legend has it that even President Eisenhower himself got personally involved to make sure that all the problems on the Blue River got resolved in a way that allowed water to come to Colorado Springs so he would have water for his Air Force Academy. The truth of that is probably out there somewhere, but that's the legend and I'm sticking to it. But after that, again, Colorado Springs kept growing. We were looking to the west again, and the Homestake Collection System off the Eagle River is the next project. That was basically our 1950s and 60s project. We had the water rights from the 50s, and then through a partnership with Aurora, we built that project in a 50-50 split. So half of that water comes to Colorado Springs, half of that goes to Aurora. We bring that through the tunnel underneath the Continental Divide into Turquoise Reservoir there. It goes down through the Otero pump station across and is pumped across South Park there to Rampart Reservoir above Colorado Springs. So that was kind of our 1960s project, came online around 1967, I believe. And then in the 70s, we were still needing more water. We were looking to start developing the second phase of that Homestake project, but that got delayed. So we started to look at other options, and the Twin Lakes Reservoir and Canal Company, which was built by farmers in the Arkansas Valley under the Colorado Canal as a supplemental water supply. They were an 1890 water right, and in the Arkansas River, that was too late. They were junior. There would be years where they never came into priority and never got a drop of water under that 1890 right. So they had looked to the mountains as well, and they started to build that tunnel in about 1935. And they brought that water over from the headwaters of the Roaring Fork River, and that then would feed into Twin Lakes, and they would flow it down the Arkansas River and pick it up down by Ordway and use it down in the Arkansas Valley. But even with that supplemental supply, that water and that ditch company was still too short of water to make it work. When the sugar beet industry collapsed and the sugar factories closed, a lot of farmers found themselves with a huge amount of debt. They ended up selling their water rights, and through a series of transactions and passing through several hands, finally wound up in Colorado Springs hands. We have the majority of the shares in that at about 55%, but there are other municipalities that share that as well. The city of Pueblo has about 25%, Aurora has some, about 5%, I believe, and then a number of smaller entities, communities, and many actually small individual homeowners have shares that they use to augment their well pumping. So a lot of people rely on that supply. And that was kind of our 1970s project. And finally, the Fryer project in also the 1970s kind of came in. Colorado Springs has a contract with Reclamation to get a little bit of that water. It comes up from Pueblo Reservoir through what we call our Fountain Valley Authority pipeline, which is kind of down on the lower right. That Fryer project, again, diverts off the Frying Pan River, big federal project, and that supplies many other communities besides Colorado Springs, and a lot of ag uses as well in the Arkansas Valley. But that we get about 17% roughly of that total project, depending on our allocations. So that was kind of our last major project that we put in place. In the 1980s, we purchased the remainder of the Colorado Canal shares. I mentioned earlier we had that ditch had started to sell off some of their more senior water rights. Well, Colorado Springs purchased the last bit of those junior water rights, and then we used that to supplement our supply with agricultural converted ag water out of the Arkansas Valley. We also own about 50% of that as well. And then finally, the last thing I'll touch on this is the Southern Delivery System. And that is a big project that we had built, just finished that in 2016 actually. Started planning for that in about 1996 or a little earlier from our previous integrated water plan that was identified as the major project we would need to deliver water that we have. So that project takes water from Pueblo Reservoir and delivers it up and pumps it all the way up to Colorado Springs. About an $850 million project, and that's just phase one. So the next phases will add, which will be a couple more reservoirs and some expansion of the pumping capacity and treatment. Should take it well north of $1 billion total for that project. So that is primarily fed by our reusable return flows. So that is a giant reuse project because it picks up the effluent that we have, we trade it back up into Pueblo Reservoir, and then we bring it back to town and use it again. So in summary, our water system, we collect water from 3 major river basins, which is the Arkansas River, the Colorado River, and a little bit off the South Platte River Basin. About half of the water we use in any given year comes from west of the Continental Divide or the Colorado River. Our system is really built on significant reuse. So between our various different ways of reuse, we use about 1 out of every 5 gallons in the city is reuse of that water. Through primarily our exchange program, where we exchange our wastewater effluent back up, higher up in the system, and then bring it right back through our collection system again. We also have an extensive non-potable water system for our reuse, and we also augment some well use with those reusable return flows. So we reuse that water in a variety of ways. We have 4 major transmission pipelines, brings that water from over 100 miles away to the city. 25 different raw water reservoirs or accounts in reservoirs, and 6 water treatment plants, 2,100 miles of distribution pipeline, and we serve about 460,000 people. So that hopefully will give you an idea of what we are planning for and planning with. Our water system that we, our diversions I should say, kind of broken down this way. We have annual potable water deliveries of about 75,000 acre feet, give or take. It varies from year to year. Our average non-potable deliveries total about 10,000 acre feet, and that includes reuse, raw water, and groundwater. And then our total deliveries are about 85,000 acre feet. It's broken up into kind of these different sources. Our local system, which includes Pikes Peak and the local creeks, is about 16%. Colorado River, approximately 45%. First use water, that is. The Arkansas River is about 18%. That includes our Colorado Canal systems and some other rights on the main stem of the Arkansas. And then finally, our exchange program, which is reusing all of the reusable supplies, makes up about 21% of that. So moving now into our integrated water resource plan. Our previous plan, as I mentioned, was done in 1996. Our current plan we just completed in 2017. So what we did is we had done a lot of previous studies and work in that in-between time. We rolled all those studies up into one big plan. We expanded upon that previous work and then tried to put that all together in one comprehensive plan that would be a roadmap for our future, looking out about 50 years, give or take. This is the first time we've actually started to look at build-out for Colorado Springs. Previous studies have basically just did a population projection and a number of years and came up with a demand. For the first time, we've actually kind of found the edges where we think we won't get bigger than this and started to plan for that. We've been looking at supply, demand, quality, water quality, infrastructure, energy, regulatory issues, legal issues, public opinion, all these different factors roll into this plan. So to give you a little bit of an idea of kind of the state-of-the-art planning that we've been doing, we believe we've got kind of some cutting-edge technology we used and different methodologies. Traditional planning is very backwards looking, where you say, what happened in the past? What was my historic use? What was my historic hydrology? and then assume that is going to look the same going forward, and you get kind of a most likely future, and then you have what is my solution to that problem? What do I need to do to match that one future? That has worked well for utilities for a while, but looking forward, I don't think we can assume that the future looks like it used to in the past. So we have to kind of take a different tack. So what we used was Mortem, and I know that that doesn't mean anything to anybody in this room. It barely means anything to me, but what it actually means is multi-objective, robust decision making. And what that is basically scenario type planning, where you look at a multiple of different possible futures, a variety of ones with hot and dry or no climate change, high population, hot and dry with high population. You look at a whole bunch of different options, and then you try to optimize to a lot of different, multiple different objectives. Like you want to make sure that you keep your costs low, while at the same time maintaining your ability to meet your demands, while at the same time minimizing your impact to the environment and keeping your customers happy. So you're trying to optimize all these different objectives all at the same time while looking at a wide variety of possible futures. So that gives you a wide variety of potential solutions, which include things like storage and reuse, demand management, new water supplies from new ag transfers or completing some of our trans-mountain diversions. And then we get a range of kind of preferred solutions. So that gives you a range of things that you should perhaps look at. In this process, we started by looking at risks and uncertainties. We identified 60 potential risks to our ability to serve our customers. They included things like major pipeline failures, forest fires, losing a treatment plant, or water quality changes that could impact our ability to either treat the water or to exchange against that. So a variety of different things. We came up with 3 different key risks that we looked at, and those included climate change, Colorado River issues, and quite interestingly enough, demand uncertainty. Because what we had seen over this last 10 to 15 years is a complete uncoupling of our demands from our population. We just had no idea how to predict what kind of demands we were going to have, because they used to track very closely with our population, and now population does its thing and water demands do their thing, and it's kind of difficult to predict what the demands will be. So we looked at over 60 different options and strategies. So that included things like building new diversion structures, pipelines, storage projects, also strategies like increasing our conservation or reuse, different things like how do we develop within the city, different types of development, all those different kinds of programs, strategies, or infrastructure that we could apply to those risks and uncertainties to try to manage those. So we put those all together into portfolios. So we kind of combined those different options together and then ran them through this model that we had that gave us over 10,000 different combinations that we could look at. And then we boiled that down to really 12 themed portfolios that would include things like what if we focused only on Arkansas River? What if we looked at very high conservation? Or what if we did great big storage but tried to minimize everything else? So we looked at these different types of themes to see how those would work out. And then after all of that work and through a public process, we were able to boil that down to what we called our preferred portfolio, with options then to adapt as you move along, because as you know, you plan 50 years ahead. Something could change between now and 50 years, so you might want to have a little option, a little flexibility there. So some of the very basic assumptions that we looked at were build-out conditions. We wanted to see what Colorado Springs was going to look like at build-out. And what that looks like is that Colorado Springs is getting landlocked. We've got development to the north. We've got development to the south. We've got quite a bit of development to the east. We've got the mountains to the west, so we can really kind of see where we're going to end as a community. So we kind of looked at that, kind of applied some, development options, different ways to develop that area, and came up with what we thought was our final demand out in the future. We looked at 3 degrees warming and 0% change in mean precipitation as kind of our baseline for climate change. That kind of was tracking with the trends we've seen. When we looked at the CMIP3 and CMIP5 data, there were as many or more wet futures as there were dry futures in our area. And so we thought it probably didn't make sense to plan for a wetter future, so we just looked at kind of the mean and then explored what would happen if it got drier. We looked at 180 years of simulated hydrology. So we didn't look at historic hydrology. We actually simulated new hydrology that included droughts that we have never seen in the historic record. So we were really stressing the system pretty hard for our study. We looked at a mean population at build-out of about 720,000 people, and that should occur around 2070. And the risks that we used for our baseline assessment was a 1-year major delivery system outage. For example, if the Homestake pipeline blew up for a year, which is not completely out of the question. It's aging infrastructure. It's about 60 years old now, and we could see an outage like that. So this is not completely out of the realm of possibility. We looked at a 20% reduction in Colorado River yields for 10 years. And that could be similar to what we're talking about currently in the DCP, where there could be voluntary curtailment for a period of time to help stave off some sort of compact curtailment. So we put that into our planning. We said what could happen if we were 20% down for 10 years. We also looked at a 25% reduction in exchange potential. On the Arkansas, that's very important because, like I said, 20% of our use is coming through that exchange, where we actually trade against that river. The exchange potential is basically the borrowing power you have on the river. So if you put 10 acre-feet in and you want to take 10 acre-feet out, you got to make sure that there's at least 10 in there because you can't borrow water that's not there. So that, if we look at a reduction in that ability to borrow against the river, that could be very impactful to our system. So to move ahead, we really tried to frame this for our board in terms of policy questions. First one is, what is an acceptable level of risk and level of service that we would want to provide to meet our future demands? And the next question was, what role do the different supply options contribute to achieving our balanced portfolio? How do we ensure a proper level of investment? So that's kind of the financial question. And then what is an appropriate approach for utilities to follow in meeting regional water demands within the Pikes Peak region? So on that first question, what is the service level and level of risk mitigation that we were looking for? Because our system is quite diverse, we have a lot of different sources. We really rely heavily on storage. We pick up the water from a lot of different places, we put it in storage, and then that storage level can be a surrogate for how reliable our ability to meet our demands is. So the more water we have in storage, the less risk we are assuming for our ability to meet demands. But to increase that water in storage, we then have a lot of other costs. We either have to build new projects, acquire more supply, or take on other risks. And this correlates to the level of watering restrictions we have. So if we have a certain level of water in storage and we get below kind of a threshold level, then we kick into our watering restrictions within our community. And that's what impacts our customers. So this is just a graph that kind of shows historical performance. We measure in terms of years of demand in storage. So that way we don't go off a percentage because we're changing the amount of demand we have yearly. We may change the amount of storage we have yearly as we move through time. So we just look at years of demand and storage as kind of our metric. And you can see that we've had several times where we've been high, we've been low. Kind of that red line is our 1 year of demand and storage, which we call our kind of our baseline. When we don't ever want to go below that, because that's our emergency reserve. That's if everything goes down south, we need to have at least that much in storage to be able to manage it. If we hit the 1.5 years, the 1.5, the yellow line, that's when we trigger into watering restrictions. So we tell our customers they can't have everything they want when we hit that yellow line. Green is kind of the historic average of where we sit on our years of demand and storage. So to kind of put a bow on this section, our previous policy was triggering watering restrictions at 1.5 years. We confirmed that. We had a reliability goal of 100%. Basically, our planning criteria was just don't ever go into watering restrictions. That didn't work out historically. We were actually in watering restrictions about 15% of the years over the last 60 years. So we've adjusted that planning criteria now to be, we're shooting for 90% reliability. So we're planning to be in that watering restriction scenario about 1 out of 10 years, or 90% of the time. 90% of the time, not in restrictions, 10% in. And then we want to formalize that policy. It was kind of a rule of thumb policy to maintain that 1 year of demand and storage at all times to mitigate against an unforeseen disaster. So moving on to our supply options discussion. We've got here on the left side the different risks that we need to plan against, and on the right side we can balance those out with the different kinds of projects we can do. Demand management conservation is a key component. We have storage, which is a key component. Finishing a couple of our projects here on the west slope that we started back 50, 60, 70 years ago. We need to finish those up. And then our reuse is key, and then ag transfers is the final piece of that puzzle. So just to go over that, water use efficiency, demand management is another way we term that. We need to enact programs. We've done a pretty good job in Colorado Springs, and I don't mind blowing our own horn in that regard. Probably don't do enough of that. But we've seen a significant reduction in per capita water use of probably north of 30% over the last 10 to 15 years. So we are doing a great job of reducing those demands, and we intend to do more of that, and as you'll see as we get further down here. But storage, we need to build new storage or expand existing storage to be able to manage those supplies as we get them. Reuse, we are currently kicking off a non-potable master plan, looking at ways to expand our non-potable system. And down the road, we see either direct potable reuse or indirect potable reuse as a very important piece of our future. So we'll be picking those wastewater flows up and putting them back into our system one way or another. Finishing our Colorado River projects. You're aware of our Eagle River MOU project, completing that homestake project and using those conditional homestake water rights to finish that project, and then the Montgomery enlargement, which I believe you heard about earlier today. That's completing the Blue River project that we started back in the 40s. So we need to finish those up, and that's all we're looking at from this side of the divide, is just finishing those two projects. Then ag transfers. The Arkansas River does have quite a bit of agricultural use. In fact, one of the ditches down there, the Fort Lyon, diverts twice as much as Colorado Springs does by itself in a year. So there's quite a bit of agricultural use in the Arkansas Valley. We are currently actually entering into a lease agreement with some users on the Fort Lyon to help mitigate and provide more supply to our city through that area. So we're really moving forward on that front currently. So this is what I call the engineering shock and awe diagram. John asked me to put this in. I don't usually. But what this is this is just some of the output from the modeling work we did. It shows that each one of those lines, all those colored lines on there, represents a scenario that we looked at, and these all show kind of the optimal. We ran all these different scenarios through an optimization routine, a kind of a linear programming model that finds the best solutions. They call it a Pareto optimal surface if you're a mathematician, which I'm not. So anyway, this just shows kind of the process we went through. We went through and selected different options that said, well, what if we liked one that didn't use, say, that 200 million gallons a day of Lake Meredith transfer. So we would exclude those, and that would give us a set. So this is kind of how we went through the process of selecting those. I don't expect you to understand it. I'm not sure I do either, so I'll just move on. But these are the components that we wound up with in our preferred portfolio. So the first one that we have here is finishing our Colorado River projects. We're looking to enhance our yield by 2070. Again, this is all a build out for just the city of Colorado Springs, but we're looking to need 10 to 15,000 acre feet a year off of just the Eagle River MOU and the Montgomery project. We need 15 to 25,000 acre feet per year off of our ag transfers from the lower valley. Demand management, we need 11 to 13,000 acre feet per year of additional conservation to be able to meet those needs. We need about 90 to 120,000 acre feet of new storage on the eastern slope to be able to manage those supplies as we get through. And finally, we want to expand our non-potable system by an additional 1,200 to 2,500 acre feet, and then do about 50 to 75 million gallons a day capacity for our indirect potable reuse pipeline. And just want to point out that all these components are going to be necessary to make sure that just the city of Colorado Springs has what it needs at build-out. There will be additional needs if we are to provide water to our regional partners and neighbors. That's not included in this number here. This is just what we need for our town. So just touching very quickly on our level of investment discussion, and I see I've gone way long and I apologize for that. But we basically know that if we wait until the last minute to build these projects, we're going to have a balloon payment that we can't afford. So we are incrementally going to implement these projects and then have kind of an adaptive management process along the way, that if we go down a certain path and find that it doesn't do what we need it to do, or we can't accomplish what we need to, then we have the ability to adjust and move forward. Regionalization is another policy question that we had asked. I don't know if any of you have heard of the PCB, I believe it is, problems that they've had in the aquifer and our neighbors. When they have problems like that, you know who they come talking to. There's a lot of political pressure on our organization to be able to bail out our smaller neighbors. And in northern El Paso County, we have a lot of neighbors that are on the Denver Basin Aquifer, which, as you know, is a finite resource and will run dry one of these days. I think it's only responsible for our community to figure out how we can share our system to help keep those communities from having a major crisis. So the approach we're taking is really, how do we share our infrastructure? Our policy is that they need to bring their own water. They need to find their own source of supply. But we can share some of our infrastructure, our capacity and our delivery systems, and also our treatment abilities to be able to provide that help to them. So that's basically how we're approaching this at this time. If for some reason in the future we'll be looking at going together on getting new supplies, that will be coming out of the Arkansas River. And I just wanted to assure you, we will not be looking to the Colorado River for any of that additional supply to meet our regional partners' demands. It will not increase any diversions from the Colorado River for that. So the policy that our board gave us is they directed us to proactively pursue regionalization in a manner that helps our neighbors, but also protects our ratepayer interests and our investments in our own water system, and provide a benefit to our ratepayers and our citizen owners. So to summarize our planning process, we did a robust, multifaceted public engagement process throughout the entire planning process. We know that if you put together a plan and you don't have the buy-in of the people that are paying for it, you don't get very far. So we definitely kept our customers as well as our external stakeholders in close connection with our plan as we went through that. We got board approval for this plan in February of 17, and we have been implementing all these policies and programs, and that includes just continual ongoing planning and evaluation of the different projects and processes. So one thing we say is we never stop planning in our group. Sometimes we stop and write down what we found, but we never stop planning. So that's really all I have to present to you. I thank you for your patience. I've tried to squeeze a lot of information and very technical information into a short amount of time, but I'd be open to any questions you might have. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious, a little more elaboration on demand management, in particular landscaping is
Yes.
a concern of ours on this side of the divide, and what you're doing to incentivize more appropriate landscaping than what we see a lot of in the short range, and tiered rate structures, anything like that?
Yes. We have all of that. We do have a tiered rate structure that's an inclining block rate, so the more you use, the more you pay per gallon. So we have, I think, a 3-stage tier structure on that. We've had in place for probably since early 2000s, I would think. So we've had that in place. We do have a commercial and industrial, kind of a non-residential landscape ordinance in place, where we do say if you're going to build anything on the industrial side or the commercial side, these are the guidelines you have to follow, and we do have inspectors that'll do that. We've been developing that as well for the residential side. We have several incentive programs, rebates. We have our we call it our Zero Escape Demonstration Garden, where we have lots of education and outreach on the proper way to landscape, low water use landscaping. I believe you got to see that when you were on our water tour, so hopefully he thought that looked all right. But yeah, we have much of that in place, and as you've seen, we've made some pretty good headway, and intend to do more of that. So one of the issues that we are facing is that we've got a significant amount of landscape abandonment that has basically just, people have let their grass die, and they have not replaced it with any kind of appropriate landscaping, which has energy impacts, because if you have no cover at all, you end up having a heat island, and then you pay more for your power for cooling. So there's kind of an interplay of all that, but so we have a very intensive program to manage those demands to get them at an appropriate level. So, yes, ma'am.
It's just sort of a tag on the Karn's question. How do you coordinate with the people who have policy responsibility for land planning decisions, and like how much turf is required or how much is allowed?
Yes. So the county of El Paso County, we do coordinate with them through the regional planning department. Within Colorado Springs, the utilities board, which is also the city council, we are a home rule municipality. They have a certain amount of authority over that as well, so we do coordinate with them. They have the annexation authority, and the zoning authority, so that's all done through our various boards, and we do coordinate with them very closely on that. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that your per capita use has declined by 30%.
Yes.
What are you using as your assumption or what did you use in your assumption in this plan?
As far as a specific number?
Yeah,
Um,
either single-family equivalent or gallons per day, whatever. I mean, how did you calculate your needs?
yeah, that, you're asking me a detailed question that I didn't come prepared to answer, and I apologize. But it is in the same vicinity as the stretch goal that's in the Colorado Water Plan on a single-family residence per capita use. I believe that's kind of where we were planning to hit, is in that range by build-out. And I apologize, I don't have that number stuck in my head.
Probably around 130 gallons per capita per day.
Well, I think actually it's quite a bit lower than that. I know that in around, we've been running around 90 to 100 gallons per capita a day for a single family residence currently. And I think we're shooting to get down somewhere in the 50 to 60 range. Don't quote me on those numbers, but that's what I'm looking at. Now that doesn't apply across the entire city because you have different mix of residential and commercial and industrial, so you can't kind of compare apples to oranges across every community. But that's why you look at a single family residence, because that is pretty much the same across every community. And we're in that 90 to 100 range currently. I apologize, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. That's just kind of outside of my area of expertise. I work at Baker Feed.
Well,
Oh, yes.
this may be out of your bailiwick too, but as your board, utility board, buys into the concepts that you as a planner take to them, where is there any thought given to the consequences of where you take the water from? Is there ever any thought given to that from your board or from your staff people?
Yes, sir, there is. We had a significant process where we went through where we talked about the pros and the cons of each of our sources, kind of the impacts of each of those, and each source has its upsides and its downsides. Drying up agriculture in the Arkansas Valley is something very close to home for us. So we don't want to put all of our eggs in that basket. We understand the sensitivities around, finishing up our Trans-Basin projects and the sensitivities there. We've given a lot of education to our board on the issues around the Colorado River as well, and recently on the DCP and some of that information that's going on. So there's not an easy answer out there. And so what we put together is our best attempt at kind of minimizing the impact to any one particular sector, including our own customers who, conservation is not exactly the easiest thing in the world to sell to people who are moving in from, back east somewhere. It's a tough sell for everybody. So, we've tried to minimize those impacts, and we did educate our board to the ability that we have on all of those impacts. So I appreciate that comment, and just hope you realize there's not a silver bullet out there where nobody has a problem with what you've proposed.
Kevin, I just
Yes.
want to say, thank you very much for coming. And Kevin mentioned that I was on a tour. It was early this fall, and CSU gives a really great tour of their infrastructure and their collection system. And if any of you ever get an opportunity to be invited on that tour, I would really recommend it. It really is informative. They're actually humans. They talk. They're very nice, very intelligent, very open about what they're up to, and it was a really informative experience for me, and I appreciate that, Kevin, and we really appreciate you coming over and talking to us about this today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Do appreciate it.
But you should stick around for what Mr. Gardner says will be a lively discussion next.
Okay.
I don't know, it's hard enough to keep a three-legged stool together.
Nobody likes any.
All right. Well, he's somebody else's leg.
There you go. I think we'll move on then to the general manager's report.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to just kind of jump right into it. Our discussion about demand management has been an ongoing discussion with this board for quite some time. I think the board is very familiar with it. I think most of the folks in the audience are also familiar with it. And it summarized basically where we are in the memo, but the kind of the key that Peter and I and the rest of your staff are looking for today is some discussion and direction on the items that are listed kind of at the bottom of page 4 and top of page 5 of my manager's update. That's at tab 6A. For those of you who can get around a PDF document, it's page 70. 73 of 157 in that PDF that you have on your computers or laptops or iPads. I think the first question that we really want to talk about a little bit is the discussion, as I think you've heard. Well, let me reiterate a little bit. We've gotten the DCP documents. We've talked about those previously. They were released as simultaneously with a state-run webinar that was very well put on. Sorry.
For those in the room and listening online, we're dialing the phone so that the general manager and general counsel of the Southwestern District can chime in.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Sorry about that. Basically, the CRWCD and our Upper Colorado River Commissioner, James Eklund, were kind enough with the Attorney General's office to put on a webinar, which I think some of our board and much of our staff watched. It was a very good public discussion about where the 7 states and in the basin, as well as the Upper Colorado River Commission and the 4 Upper Basin states are with respect to their interstate agreements regarding the drought contingency plans, both the Upper Basin and Lower Basin. The portion of those documents that I think has raised the most questions and concern for this board is the demand management document that's part of that. I think it's just to kind of frame the discussion, the Attorney General's office and our Upper Colorado River Commissioner, James Eklund, have indicated that they believe that there are 2 separate issues. There's the execution and approval of the DCP documents, including the demand management agreement in the Upper Basin, and the piece of federal legislation that would authorize the demand management pool in the CRISP initial units. And then there's a separate discussion that they believe is separate and follows sequentially, and that's how that program would, what it would look like within the state of Colorado. This board has previously given direction to your staff, and your staff has articulated on a statewide basis that we don't believe the 2 are disconnected. We are concerned that when the demand management pool, once it exists, because it is something that doesn't exist today, but once that pool exists, legally speaking, that it may be
used or may be filled in methods and manners that are not those that we've talked about or our state has talked about publicly. And if kind of to frame it a little bit more, this board has talked quite a bit publicly and about the concept of a demand management pool that is filled with water produced from a voluntary, compensated, temporary program that has water contributed to it in approximately equal proportions to the post-compact depletions from an eastern slope and a western slope perspective. So again, the post-compact depletions in the Colorado River, approximately 50% of those depletions occur in the Trans Mountain diversions and approximately 50% occur over here on the western slope. And the direction previously from this board has been to make sure that to the extent that there's a demand management program that will be established in this state, that the water from such a program would come under that voluntary compensated method in a manner that is consistent and equal to or pro rata to the post-compact depletion. The additional point of direction that this board's given is that that program needs to follow and adhere to the principles articulated in the conceptual framework portion of the state water plan, and specifically all of it's of concern points 1 through 7, but the primary point being, I think, articulated as point 4 in that conceptual framework, which is that the insurance program that a demand management pool represents should not be used to support additional Trans Mountain diversion projects, that it should only be used to support existing depletions and some degree of reasonable development on the western slope, not additional new Trans Mountain diversions. I think what we wanted to try to do was get some direction from you. We are at a situation right now where we've articulated, this board's articulated in a letter to the Colorado Conservation Board what it is that you were looking for in conjunction with the Southwest Water Conservation District. And Bruce Whitehead and Beth Van Burst, I believe, have joined us on the phone to participate in this call as well, or this conversation. We asked that of the Colorado Water Conservation Board, and in September, they were not inclined to follow that request in September. They since had a meeting on October 4th by telephone, most of it in executive session, came out and there was a motion that said that they, in addition to directing their staff to conduct outreach on these issues, they asked the staff to draft a policy for consideration by the board in their November meeting. And I am hoping to get some guidance from this board and some discussion from this board about what types of input, what types of elements in that policy are essential for this board to direct us and yourselves to not oppose the DCP documents, the entry of our state into those DCP documents, and not oppose the proposed federal legislation. So asking you where the direction would come from. I would mention, by the way, fortunately we are joined today by, among other guests, we have Brent Newman and Lane Leoniak. Lane is with the Attorney General's office and Brent is with the CRWCD staff. We appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for making the effort to come listen to what our board has to say. So, and to the extent that we get anything factually wrong or incorrect, please feel free to speak up, because we're interested in hearing from you as well.
So we'd like to get some board discussion on this issue. We started the discussion during the executive session. Perhaps if you can remember back that far, we'll pick up some of those points and try to provide some direction. Do you have any board comments? Director Whitmore.
Well, let me kind of reiterate some of the points I made during executive session. I totally understand the Attorney General's office position on the ability or the authority, the power of the state engineer to regulate. I would suggest that is when there's an actual call, perhaps not for anticipatory storage. So I certainly understand their position on that. I think that, from my perspective at least, the biggest areas of concern are that the Front Range needs to actually have to turn off water. Turn off Roberts Tunnel or turn off, whatever. But they have to actually turn off water. They should not, we cannot, I don't think, agree to allowing them to come and essentially buy and dry. They have to turn off water. And I have some concerns about an anticipatory storage that is based on some kind of mandatory curtailment. I don't understand the legal basis for that, A. And B, I just have some real concerns about how that's going to work. I think we have assumed it would be voluntary and compensated. Those were the discussions with the various roundtables. And so from my perspective, I think those are the big issues. It has to be an actual turn off the faucet, not just buy your way out of it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Dr. Vandenbrink.
I'm going to be talking more towards Rio Blanco County because that's my area that I at least understand the most. But there's a point that's brought out here with the 6 points that the River District has to where it talks about no harm to downstream users when there comes to some conserved water upstream. In the White River, I will flat out tell you, we survive off of the alluvial storage and return flows. I heard around the table here this morning there was talk about a 20% reduction in ag acreage. Well, what does that equate to in water that's going to be brought back for the users in the White River to use when there is no additional drought contingency storage in that river? You're living off of what Mother Nature gave you. And frankly, they've done very well for the past 142 years. And to give them a toot their horn a little bit, it's the only river now in the state that hasn't been under administration. And they don't have any storage. And now this drought contingency plan has really got the people in that county questioning what's going on and what their future looks like. They don't have additional water to sacrifice, but yet they're being really targeted to sacrifice some water that they don't know where to come from. So, and the other point that they brought to me is, there's only a handful of basins in the state that have not over-appropriated themselves. Tom mentioned this morning, I think the Yampa is 10% as to what they use.
It's up to you, 10% of the state.
The White 7%. To me, that says something. 500,000 acre feet comes through, but it comes through in the spring, and then you get very minimal flows. We're suffering some shortages today, and this year we were down to 23 CFS, just below Rangeley a little bit. You want us to conserve additional water where? So I guess that's a concern that I'm getting from my constituency that I represent in Rio Blanco County. You want to conserve? Help me. Show me where. And show me how you're not going to impact the downstream users, because if you curtail up by Meeker, you're going to hurt them as well. And you're going to hurt Rangeley, definitely. So the whole system is going to be impacted on the White River specifically.
And I think that's, Al, that's exactly why we, in the principle approved by the board, included that no injury to existing water users. And I think a lot of that, remember right now, if absent some form of legislation, the change in the use of a water right would have to go through a change case where that injury could be identified and protected, right? That there is concern that those change cases, concern by some in the state that those change cases represent transaction cost in both money and time that is too great to gets in the way of the flexibility needed in a demand management program. But what I'm hearing you say is there has to be something with equivalent robust characteristics to protect those downstream
Yes.
seniors and juniors who depend.
Yes.
Dr. Munger.
So a couple things following up on Director Vandenbrink's conversation. I mean, so, you know, the idea of voluntary compensated, well, that sounds great. But then I got really concerned when staff and or CWCB started talking about the involuntary and non-compensated and the rest. And again, as Al talks about and the Yampin and Director Gray talks about too, I mean, we're already sending down as much water. So if we have an involuntary mandated, and on what means is that going to happen? Is that going to happen on prior appropriation? So for us in the Yampa, and Director Gray can comment as well, but for us on the Yampa, we're already sending 90% of the water, and we're the least prior appropriation other than maybe the Dolores and some of the southwest area. So on top of already being, we're going to send more of our water down through this mandated involuntary non-compensated thing. So, you know, I realize we need to plan here, and we need to and we need to play in the sandbox here. But you know, hopefully we're not out here trying to make winners and losers out of this thing, and because we, in essence, and again, we know where the population lies, we know where the representatives lie, we know where all of that stuff lies, and I just don't want my basin or the White River Basin to be the sacrificial lamb here on this thing. I mean, we're all part of this on the western slope, and we kind of had this little bit of conversation this morning during executive session as well. Then we still have to make sure that we play in the sandbox even with our western slope drainages as well, so that, you know, I don't want the blue to be sacrificial, and I don't want the Colorado, and I think hopefully there's going to be some equitable situation. And, you know, that's the reason why we have negotiations and trying to come up with some amenable solutions to all of us. But, and again, I follow the comment that, man, we need to really make sure if we're going to go through this brain damage, we need to make sure there's real wet water out there that's going to be produced out of it. So that would be my comments. Thank you.
Director Merritt.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're spending an awful lot of time and talent on an issue that really is beyond our direct control. I mean, this is driven by surplus releases to the lower basin, and you know it is beyond what you know the long-range operating criteria, the interim criteria dictated. It said any action should also be consistent with avoidance of curtailment, consumptive uses in the upper basin. But the fact that we are talking about curtailment essentially is a statement that the interim operating guidelines are not working. If I am overspending my bank account, it's not a problem for Tom Gray. He doesn't have to we don't have to equalize our bank accounts just because I'm overspending mine. And we are trying to create something to respond to an overuse in the lower basin, you know, and drawing down Lake Powell. You know, just this year, in a 37% inflow year to Lake Powell, we're releasing almost a decade worth of what we could expect to get out of a reasonable curtailment. You know, at 100,000 acre feet a year, we're releasing 750,000 surplus releases just this year out of Lake Powell. So we're spending a lot of time and talent on something that really needs to be handled and needs to be addressed by reducing the demand on Lake Mead in the lower basin.
The part of this that I never hear talked about much is the fact that, much as Director Meredith said, as long as there's not enough water down there, they're going to be coming back at us. And what creates that situation? Low hydrology. And so a lot of us that try to irrigate in the high country are running on decreased demand or decreased supply all the time. And that means that the state's still got to come up with more water. And so you're asking us to not only accept what we have now, but to accept even less, whether it's voluntary or mandated. And on one hand, we talk about that, and we're trying to be good citizens, and on the other hand, we're told that they want us to remain sustainable as far as agriculture is concerned. We have a reduced resource that we need to be sustainable. It just doesn't make sense to me how we can continue to take resources away from people that need them and still claim that they're going to be sustainable. It just doesn't add up for me. And that's the point that my constituents in the Gunnison Basin continue to struggle with, is we're struggling to stay where we're at because of drought, decreased hydrology, but yet you expect us to take even a greater cut in water use and remain sustainable. I have a hard time talking to my people about that without joining them, frankly. Director Gallen?
You know, I think one of the things that maybe the consultant class or the downriver folks or, over on the eastern slope don't really understand is that every grower that is growing a crop out here does demand management every year. In my home country, we were irrigating at 60% of our water right this year, and working very hard to get the water across those acres to produce a crop. Luckily, we did that. But when you work on a demand management like that, when you go to percentages, just like up in the upper Gunnison, if you're lucky enough to have a reservoir up above you, you don't draw on it. So that your mates downriver from us have made a draw on every year more than what they had. I want to know, have we gotten to the 4.4 that the California is supposed to be at in regards to the 2007 interim guidelines? Because we keep hearing, 1 million acre feet more than, and 1 million acre feet more than. If you look at 19 years of drought, and they just realized they're in a drought after 19 years of being in one, how much water would be in Lake Powell if they hadn't been overdrawn? 19 million acre feet? Maybe. I don't know. Say half of that. We wouldn't be in this boat. And everybody on the western slope so far has tried to do something in regards to study. This board, we're in the process of studying how we can fallow temporarily and do those kind of things, thinking in good faith that we're moving along with that. And then in a short period of time, we hear mandatory curtailment because we just weren't good enough at it, and they just thought maybe they'd have to make us. Well, I can tell you that you better talk to some bankers too. You better talk to some estates, and you better talk to some people that are depending upon some of the revenue that comes off of these farms. Mandatory curtailment, I understand, and everybody in this room understands that the compact, if that goes out of compliance, if there's a call come up the river, everybody in this room is going to be impacted by it. We're going to be impacted by it for a long time. But what we're talking about today is impacting us for a long time on the front end of it. I know when I was the water users manager that I could not call the state engineer and say, I think we're going to be in a drought this year, so shut the upper Gunnison off in anticipation of that. I don't understand how we can switch our gears to the point of everybody focusing on the compact compliance authority, knowing that we have that in the state of Colorado, and switch to a critical elevation in a reservoir, and give us the right to just come in and say, well, shut off your place. There are some basins, the Dolores Basin, for example, down there, that are really going to be hurt by this. Substantially more than anybody else. In acre feet, number of acres. In my district, what we did is we used less water because we had less water. In their area, what they did is they shut off on October 27th so that they could keep some in the reservoir. That's demand management. That's Colorado's style of demand management. I don't know why we are so anxious to throw in with the people down below the reservoirs who continue to just overuse, that they're expecting us to change the way we live so that they can continue to live the way they've always lived. You know, the mark of a good town down there is run water down the curb, because you're overwatering your yard. In this country, if you're overwatering your place and there's water running down the barrow ditch, what happens? The state engineer comes to you and says, hey, you got a wasting problem. Fix it or we're going to shut you off. You know, I just don't, I don't understand this attitude of pick up the stick and come over here to the people and expect them to respond in a real positive way. You know, there's ag on the Front Range that's irrigating at 100% this year, and on our mine country it was at 60% because of Trans Mountain diversions. That doesn't seem right. How much water we've run out of the state of Colorado down the South Platte in the last 4 or 5 years? More than our compact required, because we don't have any storage. You know, some of those kind of things, the accounting works going that direction, but it don't work coming this direction. We're in a situation where we're in the pinch point. The Front Range looks at us to save their bacon. Downriver's looking at us to save themselves, for us to save them. The total amount of consumptive use on the western slope is what? 1 million, 2 million acre feet? In reality, how much help are we going to be? You know, I went down to the Imperial District. If my community did no diversions at all for a full year, we'd keep those guys farming for about 2.5 months. Honestly, where are we in figuring out we're going to be the ones that do the helping? You know, I don't mind helping. I don't think anybody in this room would mind helping. But we can't be looked at as the only source of wet water. I heard it said earlier that some needs to be left in the Colorado River drainage so that we can add to that. I think that would show good faith. I think that would do some good for us. It's going to be a tough day, believe me. When you come around and start mandatorily shutting off head gates to move water out of the state. The idea that we could save water in the upper Colorado River storage projects, I think makes sense to us because at least we have some control. You know, and I don't know anybody that looks at a reservoir that's got X amount in it that they don't think we'll figure some way to get to it. You know, honestly. Well, they'll tell us, well, we've got 155 representatives and you don't. Does that give them right to run the head gate? You know, and the other thing we're talking about here today is not just in these short years. In order to gain, we're going to have to do this self-imposed following year after year after year. Good year, good year, good year, bad year. And if I sign up ground that says, okay, I'm going to follow 20% of it, nobody's answered this question for me. If I sign up to follow this acre and I don't have enough water to meet that lease or to meet that commitment, do I have to dry up one of my irrigated acres to meet the commitment that I made downstream? I haven't heard anybody answer that question. We need to answer some of those kind of questions. It needs to come from the state. It needs to come from the people who are expecting our help. You know, we have people out here, and if you're not aware, agriculture's in tough shape. We put our crop in the shed this fall, and there's still a crop laying in the field frozen. Hopefully it'll thaw out to where we can top the onions. But we put those beans in this year's crop in this year's shed at 1983 prices. And you know it's the 2018 input costs that we're worried about. The only thing that's kept us farming is more pounds. We sell more pounds every year. Without the water, we're not going to sell more pounds. And if we want to push the Western Slope to the brink, where people start to actually sit down at the kitchen table and consider whether or not we ought to sell this farm to some outside the Western Slope interest, this is how we get there. Because I don't know anybody that's going to sit on their place and go broke while water runs past their head gate because somebody else needs it more than they do. You know, these are the things that keep us together. This is what keeps Western Colorado, Western Colorado. And if we're just going to look at agriculture as a living reservoir, and the state of Colorado is not going to take it upon itself to build more reservoirs, you are rapidly looking at the day corporate farms will take over, and they don't care about the assets that they have because they will sell them. Family farms don't. Mom goes to work in town to get the insurance, the kids go to work at the gas station and everything else to keep that farm. Did we just keep that farm to move the water downstream to somebody else or to the eastern slope for somebody else? I don't think so. If we're going to look at the culture of the state of Colorado, we need to look at the state of Colorado as an ag community. Agriculture represents the second largest industry in the state of Colorado. And it's certainly not getting that kind of attention. It's getting the attention of being the largest, cheapest reservoir we can find. Because we'll just either force somebody to push their head gate down, or we'll pay them to push that head gate down 20% or whatever it ends up being. The other thing I want to bring up is that I hear from Southern California that the people that have been involved in these following programs now want out. I want out. I wonder why. Is Colorado water's on its way? Or what? They found they can't farm them big places with no more water than they got. We're going to have to think about this, all of us. You know, I'm all in favor of trying to conserve water, and I want you to know that. But from the state of Colorado's point of view, I think we ought to be lining and piping as many delivery systems as we possibly can. Because that may be the water that we can find to save. You know, rather than watering willows and pteridophytes and weeds, maybe we ought to start watering crops by taking the water out of pipes. It seems to me like some of the effort the state's putting out should be put into those kind of things. If water conservation is the number one item, let's make it the number one item in a budget. Let's talk about what we can do rather than what we can take. You know, I'm sorry for my passion, but I got a lot of people that count on me, and I got friends, family, and relations. That's what they want to do is they want to farm, they want to do it, and they want to keep doing it, even with the costs that it takes from them. You know, and I think that's one of the things we ought to be doing. We're not just talking about the junior water rights. Before this is all over, senior water rights are going to be impacted. You know, and this is a phased program, it looks to me like. I really feel like I've been we thought we were doing things in a joint fashion. And when it came down to it, we weren't. I guess that's one of the reasons for my passion. It just seems like, let's put the brakes on this thing. Let's talk about what we can be doing. And don't let people outside of this state in the Upper River Compact or Commission or anybody else start dictating how we're going to do things and what we're going to do next. We've come a long way in the 150 years we've been a state. The prior appropriation doctrine has got us here. I think it still can. I really want you to know that the idea of mandatory, anticipatory curtailment is outside of my realm of reality. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Mark, any other comments from the board? Director Prescott.
Well, I can't follow that up. It's very well said, Mark. And a lot of us throughout the West Slope do rely on your passion, and we will rely on your voice. We're really happy that you're where you're at. You know, when I went up to the September 19th CWCD board meeting, I learned a lot. I feel like I learned a lot. I'm really happy I went. And one of the things that was confirmed to me, one of the things I learned is that the folks that we identified as being customers for the water, the consumed water that might be generated in a pay-to-fallow program, in a voluntary compensated program, are many friends on the Front Range that have municipal obligations to deliver water, and yet they have quite junior rights on the Colorado River system. And the argument towards doing a pilot program, a voluntary temporary compensated pilot program, was to learn how to structure such a program, learn how to administrate it, and hopefully a well-run program would be able to price its saved consumed water so that our friends upstream, downstream, who knows where, would find that to be economically viable to access that saved consumed water to shore up their situation until the hydrology improves or something else improves. But what came home to me in listening at the September 19th meeting is that there seems to be a wholesale rejection of a pay-to-fallow program, a voluntary compensated program, because of the cost. We learned a lot in the Grand Valley Water Users pilot pay-to-fallow program, and one of the things that came out of that was a price that would allow landowners, irrigators, to hang in there, pay their bills by fallowing some land and continue to be there when the hydrology improves. And that's very consistent with the statewide water plan, which puts such a great emphasis on protecting agriculture, especially in times of shortage. But I heard at least 3 different speakers at that meeting reiterate that water's too expensive, that saved consumed water would be too expensive. Well, I thought about it, and too expensive for what? Too expensive to supply their customers? No, I don't think so. Rather, too expensive when compared to some of the other alternatives that might be out there, such as good old-fashioned traditional buy and dry alternatives, or other new schemes that we hear about are being imagined. So that's really disconcerting. There's probably some opportunity in a voluntary compensated program, but if it's rejected out of hand because there are less expensive alternatives, even though those alternatives would likely result in the discontinuance of agriculture on many of these properties, that seems to be acceptable, at least to some of the potential customers that are out there, to pay for voluntary compensated pay-to-fallow programs. And so I'm at a little bit of a loss as to how to respond. It seems like voluntary compensated temporary programs offer a pathway out until hydrology gets better or something bigger changes or is foisted upon us. And that's why, without even engaging into a widespread Colorado River Basin-wide compensated voluntary program, there seems to be so much talk about an unwanted alternative such as non-voluntary, non-compensated. And it befuddles me as to why so many folks in our state's water community wish to go that direction. I guess, it all comes down to the almighty dollar at the end of the day. But there's other values. Mark did a good job of reiterating what many of those values are. It's not just the economics to the Colorado River Basin, but it's our culture, it's our families, it's our way of life, and what's more important than that? So I think it's important for us to keep our efforts tied to the state water plan. That should work in our favor, in agriculture's favor, and really try to develop a sense that voluntary paid curtailments might be the most desirable choice of our many undesirable choices that we have.
Thank you. Any other comments, Director Monger or Director Stiglmeyer?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think I'm really frustrated with what I've seen in the media in recent days, just stating that, oh, we've come to an agreement, we've got it all figured out. And I think we've figured out very few things, we, statewide. One is that we agree that there needs to be some kind of demand management pool that works for everyone. But we don't have consensus on a lot of this, and so I think we're just a little bit ahead. Equitable is something we've thrown out around a lot, but what that really means on the west slope, let alone, we generally think we know what that means east and west. But I think we have a long way to go to reach consensus, and I think we need to be statewide working on this and have that consensus before we move too much further forward. And the bottom line that we do have consensus on is the state water plan, the conceptual framework that we worked on for years to get to that. I think we need to stick with that, and we need to stick with our principles that we've outlined and approved. And that needs to be the backbone of moving forward.
Director Chandler.
Yeah, I really appreciate everyone's comments, and some of my concerns listening into the CRWCD meeting last month were this idea that even though Colorado River District, and it says our mission here is protecting western Colorado water, there seemed to be a real challenge to that from the Front Range water providers, saying we get X percentage of the water from the Colorado River. It really is ours, and that sort of challenge of the primacy of the River District and the Southwest River District to be stewards of that water. I found that concerning, and I agree that we need to stick with the water plan and work together, but there were comments Denver Water was making, like the West is engaging in conspiracy theories, so it was very concerning to me that it seemed to be drawing some lines that we tried to erase in the water plan and set up that east against west, and making the statement that the Front Range has the power and the Colorado River is theirs. That was very disconcerting to me.
I think it's clear from the discussions that we've had and will continue to have, don't need to end this at this point, but my comment is that this just shows how important it is to get the demand management program right, and that we don't rush into a demand management pool in Lake Powell before we've had this discussion and before we've agreed to a policy and principles to guide that discussion. So I think as a board, that's what we've stressed in the 6 principles we've put forward, and that we'd like to see the state adopt to guide this discussion, because from all these comments, from all the perspectives of water users on the western slope, there's huge concern about this. And we've got to get a public discussion going that will address these issues.
To follow up on that briefly, it is this, I think what I've heard CRWCD or others say is that the documents and the federal legislation and the internal drought management plan really are separate things and can be addressed separately, and we can move forward on federal legislation, for example, without having an internal agreement about drought contingency plan. And I guess I would just reiterate, I think the position of this board that I think remains the position of this board, that no, they have to be an integrated conversation, and one doesn't go without the rest of them. And I think, certainly I would look to the board to continue to oppose segregation of those issues.
Great.
So a year ago or so, the Upper Colorado River Commission presented us with a drought contingency plan that they were talking about with the lower basin, and that was the 3 legs. That was reoperation of crisp reservoirs, cloud seeding, and thirdly, demand management. And they were very candid and a little sheepish, saying demand management doesn't reduce the risk of a compact curtailment by very much, very slightly. And but yet, and it would be very hard to administer. That was the 2 things they said. How do you shepherd water down through a system? Anyway, so we had that, and then I'm upset that this demand management has still on the table. Giving all the comments today, Dave Merritt specifically, we've got huge other operational issues at Lake Powell that do move the needle significantly if they are changed. And yet, we're still talking demand management, which creates the apparent question of why. It's got to be for other reasons besides reducing the risk of compact curtailment. Creating this pool, then, is the beginning of a whole domino effect of consequences that we can't even predict because we don't know how that's going to be operated. We don't know whether the demand management is going to be compensated or uncompensated. I, for one, I see compensated as very much onerous, but I see uncompensated very onerous, but I see compensated has its own pitfalls in a huge way. So finally, I am not in favor of not opposing federal legislation for a pool in Lake Powell until we get a lot of these issues hammered out and have made the necessary corrections to some of the operations in Lake Powell that do make a difference before we entertain even the possibility of voluntary compensated when it doesn't do anything to change the risk. All it does is put more water in the river and less on the field, and provide an expansion of consumptive use definition to do that. And I have to come to the conclusion that there are those that is their only purpose to support demand management is just to keep water in the river and get it to Lake Powell, because then you have you have a beneficial use to release it to non-irrigate and deferred irrigation. You have some purpose then that meets shepherding stipulations to get it to PAL, even though we know it won't change, it doesn't move the needle on risk for compact curtailment. So I guess going back to it, my final thing is I for one on this board am not in favor of any demand management or any creation of a pool until we work out some hundreds of details.
Other comments, Dr. or Director Aquafresca?
Yeah, I already spoke. Make sure that everyone that wants to speak has an opportunity. But I'm happy that Tom reminded me of the other two legs of the stool, particularly the augmentation leg of the stool. I just don't believe that it's gotten the credibility that it deserves for its great potential for improving hydrology, and that not only includes expanded, robust cloud seeding efforts, but it certainly also includes the control and management of hydrophilic, mostly invasive species of plants, from the headwaters to the Mexican border. Invasive plants are a serious threat to the integrity and the functionability of the Colorado River. We have put millions into demand management. Tens, on a statewide basis, tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars trying to demonstrate this and figure it out. Probably a fraction of that money would go a long way of contributing towards a better hydrologic future if we did pay more attention to cloud seeding opportunities and the management of hydrophilic water robbing plants.
Dr. Bouchard.
A lot of good things have been said through this process, and I think some of it goes back to sustainability. When it was also mentioned about the family ranches still being there. You're looking at probably the last several generations of family ranchers that are going to try to continue this. Eventually it's going to go to corporate. And I think it was said, they don't care. Stuff will be sold at that point in time. But if you're truly looking at sustainability of agriculture, and to me that means family. Drought management, or the demand management, is not going to provide that sustainability for these individuals, especially if you've got bills to pay, things like that. It'll go by the wayside quickly. To me, it has got to be researched and looked at across the state, not just on one segment of the state, but across the state to keep it.
Mike, can I just ask, when you talk about demand management, from the perspective of preserving the family farm operations, the voluntary model is preferred over the mandatory uncompensated model?
Well,
I mean, or not?
Voluntary would but okay, let's just go to our area. We have a lot of wealthy individuals that come into the area. They don't really honestly care about agriculture, but those of us that are still trying to stay on the land, doing it as a family operation, if you look at the voluntary part of that, at least that's my decision. But the non-voluntary, if I have to give up 20% of my land or irrigation water, yes, at that point in time, that's 20% of the bills I can't pay, 20% of the bills I can't run cattle on, or whatever. It would be a huge struggle to the family operations, which goes back to Mr. Trampy. Sustainability for agriculture, it would be damaged. Mark Catlin, I mean, he summed it up so well earlier. It would be tough.
Comments?
I just have one short one. I just think it's great that we're having this public discussion, and great that we're getting it out, because I think, I felt a little, we've given a hard time to CWCB and the rest for having, their sessions with staff and the rest moving forward with this thing. And I'm just very concerned about how fast the process is going. It's just like a train going downhill, and it's lost its brakes, and again, just as Director Bannon brings, we just have our first call on the river. We don't even, and my constituents don't even have a clue what's going on in this thing. And even that there's that out there, we're just trying to figure out what water we got in the first place right now. And again, I concur wholeheartedly with Director Catlin's comment about this is a whole paradigm shift, and this is, and again, it goes back to Director Gray's thing. We need to make sure we get it right. Let's not be doing it wrong, and because this is going to probably be encumbering us for quite a bit for the state for quite a long time. So, thank you.
Director Trampy, one last thought, and we're just talking about water this afternoon, but this is growth. This is the impact of growth on rural Colorado, and we could be having the same discussion about land that we're having about water. And so when you apply those two to agriculture, those are the two resources that agriculture needs. And if both of them are being stretched and pulled away from agriculture, again, how do you maintain sustainability?
Do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to summarize kind of what I've heard to make sure that I'm hearing it right. One is that we have a confirmation, universal from the board, that the approval of the DCP documents by the state of Colorado and federal legislation are not separate processes from the intrastate demand management program. And with the possible exception of Tom articulating that we need hundreds of the elements that need to be flushed out, most of the board, and I wouldn't say all, I heard some agreement with Tom, but most of the board is saying, look, at a bare minimum, we have to have the state CWCD affirm that there are in fact some sideboards, some protections from the risks we face. We realize that those 6 elements contain huge risks in and of themselves because the details in there are not worked out. But at a minimum, if we're going to set the pool up, authorize the pool, and have it established, we've got to have some sideboards, some principles that guide the way this program is set up. And what I'm hearing is it's consistency with the state water plan. It's equitable distribution of the water, wet water coming from both Front Range and the West Story. It's voluntary, it's compensated, it's temporary. I didn't hear this today, but I've heard it before. It needs to come from all water uses, all segments of the water using economy, right? So we're seeing that as integrally tied. We respect the CWCB's and the state engineer's authority to administer compact curtailment. We understand that in the event of an actual call that from the lower basin, in the event of an actual violation, that the state may have the authority to administer those water rights within our state to make sure we have compliance. But that currently the state is, this board is not okay with the idea of a mandatory curtailment to fill a demand management pool. That we don't believe, if I'm hearing correctly today, that there's legal or statutory authority for such a program. Again, I want to stress this, the staff at the CWCB has not endorsed or recommended that a mandatory program be stood up. There have been requests by water users asking them to look at that and get those rules out. What I'm hearing from us, from this board, is that there's a great level of discomfort with that. We doubt and question the authority of that, but we certainly, there's a lot of very public dialogue that would have to happen.
before anything like that could ever happen. But the voluntary compensated program concerns most everybody at this table. There's great uncertainty because of it, but because it's been discussed and public, and we're willing to at least continue forward and talk about it if there are some assurances given by the state agencies involved in rolling out that program. Am I hearing fair?
Well, except for, is there acknowledgement that it doesn't reduce the risk of a compact curtailment? And hardly at all. So don't we need to address that before we talk further?
I think, Tom, we can talk about it. The graphs that you're talking about, that both the UCRC have produced, and frankly, our own risk studies,
Pretty obvious.
first phase 2 of those risk studies, showed that the big change, the big advancement, the reduction in risk of a compact curtailment occurring, depended upon which one goes first. And so if you have a lower, and what was assumed in each one of those graphs is that there would be a lower basin demand management program. So all we were doing was adding on top of that a reservoir reoperation and then a demand management program. And in the graphs that you're talking about, the reservoir reoperation was first, because that is what the state of Colorado, the UCRC, and this board wants to see happen. First, the reservoir reoperation occurs. So it makes the biggest impacts. The things that go first bend that curve the furthest.
As they should.
As they should. So yes, there's a smaller increment of prevention, but nonetheless there is an increment of prevention due to the demand management program. The question is, should we be looking at that given how small the benefit is,
that's
right?
Question.
And that's your question.
That's my question.
And I think it's a fair question.
We should take the temperature, see who all agrees with that.
And what are we giving up for that? What are we putting in place that could come back to bite us in the future? That essentially set the stage for other entities buying and moving that water downstream. Peter, sorry.
Isn't that one of the things that phase 3 study is supposed to help respond to, identify, clarify? And phase 3 study isn't done yet. When is that? When are we thinking we will have the results?
We're hoping optimistically that phase 3 will see some significant results by the end of January.
So,
maybe. Some of them, yes.
well, so until we see that, I think it's hard to know the absolute answer.
And I think what we're running into here, by the way, is timing, right? We don't like the idea of being pushed, but the reality is there is a lower basin DCP, which frankly all of us want, right? I mean, and let's just be honest about the lower basin DCP for a minute. In the most severe of times, the lower basin will save bank through their program about 1.1 to 1.3 million acre feet back into Lake Powell. They'll put it back in there.
Lake Mead.
In Lake Mead, excuse me. In Lake Mead,
In
yeah,
Lake
in
Mead.
Lake Mead. And they'll save it in there, which, if they did it year after year after year after year, would actually fix the structural deficit.
Good.
But they're not saying that they will do it year after year after year under their DCP. All that lower basin DCP is a good start towards what we believe they should have been doing all along, which is using less water, right? But it's a start. So they have to have federal legislation, right, in order to get that done. The upper basin, our UCRC, our state attorney general's office, it has said, look, if they're going for legislation, this is our one shot to get what we need, the upper basin needs out of federal legislation. We're never going to be successful on our own at a later date. That's the belief. I'm just trying to communicate, to create the pool. So if we're going to do it, we got to do it now. And that's why they've been pushing to get this done. And so if that, and that's essentially what's creating this emergency or this very fast timeline. there is a desire, and I think extremely optimistic desire, that federal legislation occurred during the lame duck session of this very functional Congress
Nothing good happened.
this year, right? So that's the dream, and there are lots of conversations going on about that from in all 7 states and beyond about trying to get that done. So, the question is, do we oppose it? Do we say, look, we don't have enough answers, we can't agree to it? Do you really send us out to very actively oppose that? Or do we say, look, as long as we have some understanding and some adherence to some principles about what that program would ever look like if it was ever rolled out in our state, the demand management program? Because I think it's important to recognize that just because the federal legislation occurs doesn't mean that there will in fact be a demand management program. This is not our last bite at this apple, right? So we have lots more very public discussions going on about this. I suspect our legislature will have to weigh in on it. I suspect lots of things will have to occur before that program ever gets set up. Our fear is that it will get set up in a really, really different way than has ever been talked about publicly until very recently. But aren't we? I mean, we're kind of at this point where we either have to say we're willing to take some risks. We understand that there are major issues going on in the basin, many of them driven by overuse. Not all of them. I just want to stress that we also have a hydrologic problem caused by climate change. This board recognized that, frankly, before you hired me. We had that discussion. So we've got some issues up here in terms of water supply going into the system. So how do we handle that, and how do we continue to be part of the solution? And you can tell us it's too risky. We don't want you being part of that solution. We want you to oppose it. Okay, but this is in fact, because of things going on way outside of our control in the basin. This is in fact our time where you either got to cut or and run or be part of this.
So what's the downside of not getting into this, creating this pool in this lame duck session? What's the downside of that? I'm sure there'll be opportunities to create that pool once we have more facts.
I don't know that we have the political horsepower in the upper basin to ever get that pool by ourselves. I actually tend to agree with the state and the UCRC when they talk about the fact that this is our opportunity to get the pool. Think about this. Having an unequalized pool as an option, as a tool in our toolbox, is actually a positive thing, I think. I mean, I think having the ability someday to use it in the right way, to use it in a way that we may not yet have arrived at that. But having the ability to protect ourselves from a compact call if the hydrology stays bad, and that's really where I see it being a positive, because we may need every tool out there to hold that off.
Well, I don't want to monopolize or be the argumentative guy here, but if you have a pool, you've opened the door out completely exclusive of some state-sanctioned demand management program for all those entities that want more water in the river to lease water, and now they can shepherd it right past other users all the way to Lake Powell, because they have a already created pool that's the recipient of that water, and so it throws the prior appropriation system on its head, where currently if you lease water from Bill Trampy and he says, okay, I'm leaving it in the river, the next guy below gets to use it, as it should be. If you create that pool, it gets shepherded all the way to Lake Powell, exclusive of any state-sanctioned demand management program, and we all know there's forces out there who are just dying to do that exact thing.
Well, now I just a matter of technicality among the dozens of pages in the that were released last week, it is clear that demand management pool doesn't get set up without the agreement of our state, a state-sanctioned program that is in compliance with the UCRC program. It's not a pool available for anyone to use at any time. It would have to follow those regulations and rules set up by our state to comply with. And that's why we believe the CWCD holds the keys to most of this. But I understand you're saying.
There's a risk there.
Yeah, there is.
NGOs, they don't have the power to hold those.
They don't have the ability to send water down to a non-equalized pool in Powell under anything that's in the DCP documents. They don't. So and Brent, you've been reading them, and Lane, you guys have been reading them more than I do. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You've got that absolutely right. It's the way the DCP documents are set up right now. It creates the pool, but that pool cannot be used in any scenario, and nothing shepherding can happen either, without all 4 states and the UCRC signing off on how that pool can be filled.
Good.
And every state, basically, by that mechanism, gets a veto. So if Colorado can't agree within our own borders on how to fill that demand management pool, it doesn't happen for any of the other states either. It's essentially a veto. And there's no way in Colorado that we can set up a demand management program without doing the necessary feasibility work, the technical assessments, and the stakeholder work, frankly. We can't set up the Colorado program without the River District and Southwestern and other water users being an active participant in that and doing just what you guys are doing today in fantastic fashion. This is, having these frank discussions about what you see as the red flags and the concerns and the pitfalls of a potential demand management program is crucially important. And that's why we've been talking to the roundtables of the IVCC and the different forums around the state for the past year or so, is so that people can tell us, this is a problem. This could negatively impact me and my neighborhood. Show us how to make that work and we'll talk to you. And I really hope that by saying this, I can ease some concerns in the room. Not myself, not the CWCB staff, not our board, not the Attorney General's office, not the Division of Water Resources, not the state engineer. None of us at the state are assessing or recommending any kind of mandatory anticipatory curtailment scenario. That is not in our books. Andy hit the nail on the head in his memo and his description to you a second ago. Yes, we've had some water users say that if voluntary temporary compensated isn't sufficient, you may have to look at this. We are not doing that. And not only has that been our clear message to you guys, the water users, the roundtables for the past year, that's also been our message to our neighboring basin states. When we talk about demand management at the Upper Colorado River Commission level, that's all of us talking about voluntary, temporary, compensated. It's all based on that 2014 resolution of the commission that kicked off a lot of the work this board has done, the risk studies and some of the assessment for pilot projects. It's that voluntary, temporary, compensated model remains what we are pursuing. Did I protest too much?
No, that's some good points. Thanks, Brent. But I do still have to ask, why does the state even contemplating demand management when it doesn't reduce the risk?
I think Andy pointed it out with the synergies of other parts of the drought contingency plan. It bends the curve and it reduces the risk for the water users. And I think the risk study and some of the work that the Upper Colorado River Commission does kind of backs that up.
Yeah, I just don't agree that it's enough. Not when we have other things that we can do.
And I think a lot of you guys, and Dave Merritt has always been wanting to bring this up, when you talk about river-wide operations, the best thing about the 2007 M guidelines is that they're interim guidelines and they expire, and we get to work on them again, given what we've learned over the past 10, 15 years about hydrology, about the way the river works, and about the potential, frankly, predation of some of the lower basin entities. And when you look at CAP and some of the way they work the river over the past couple of years. The DCP is intended to get us to 2026 so that we're not renegotiating that, which are going to be the way the river works for another interim period in a crisis situation. It gives us the flexibility, and the DCP documents give us, as Andy pointed out, a couple of tools in our toolbox. And one of those is allowing the lower basin to explore mechanisms to solve the structural deficit. It's not a perfect solution, and I don't want anyone to think that by imprinting these DCP documents that we're just forgiving the structural deficits that are saying that was good enough, way to react in time of a drought. That's going to be the central issue at the 07 guidelines renegotiations. And I think the DCP actually gives them some more tools in their toolbox of ways to solve that in the long term. At lower basin states.
Peter, thank you, and thank the board for a great discussion. Thank you, Brent, for some really helpful clarification as always. Appreciate you and Wayne and others coming up and sticking around for this discussion. I had a couple of points that I thought I might seek some clarification on in terms of the board's direction, as well as just a couple of caveats. One is that early on in the discussion, Andy talked about the collaborative program / the insurance pool that is principle 4 of the conceptual framework under the Colorado Water Plan, and mentioned correctly that it would cover some increment of growth on the west slope and existing uses, but would not cover a new TMD. I think that we've always contemplated that it would cover some increment of growth of west slope, of water uses of the Colorado River Basin as a whole, and that includes increment of growth of Trans Mountain diversion projects. That is, in my mind at least, been a key element of the conceptual framework of that insurance plan, is that we're going to do this. We're asking these guys to contribute Front Range 50/50 on this, and we're going to get some increment of growth on of new West Slope supply. But we anticipate that there will be growth of existing Trans Mountain diversion projects. That's encompassed within that. Nobody knows exactly what that is, but it's an important point of clarification. It is very clear, though, that it does not cover a new Trans Mountain diversion project. What's in and what's out, maybe there's some wiggle room for discussion there. It wasn't exactly clear, but I think the point is an important clarification. We've talked about it. Director Whitmore stated it, and Andy reiterated it. I just want to go back to it again, and that is this de-link of the DCP documents from some degree of sideboards, some element of principles of sideboards on an eventual demand management program on the West Slope is one that we see as a distinct threat. We don't see that those are decoupled now. We might have disagreements even within our own board as to what are all those things that need to go into sideboards. What are the elements of a demand management program that we would accept eventually when one gets approved after all of this process that Brett has just talked about. But I think the clear direction has been that without some express recognition on a statewide policy basis of, and we propose the 6 principles that are outlined that we've talked about, that we view the DCP documents, even though they don't say much about a demand management program, as a distinct threat to West Slope Ag. It might be a bad analogy, but I see an analogy where if effectively a pipeline were built from the Rio Grande Basin across Poncha Pass into the Arkansas or into the South Platte Basin, nobody said how much water was going to go into that pipeline. Nobody had agreed upon when it was going to be pumped, or who was going to pay for it, and what other benefits might come to the Rio Grande Basin in exchange for that pipeline. But we're just going to put it in, and we'll deal with those details later. I don't think that's going to fly in the Rio Grande Basin. And that's sort of where we see the creation of a demand management, a non-equalized, non-balanced pool, as good as it might be for the state and for the West Slope too, without some element of sideboards before it goes through and it's approved, because you don't need a physical pipeline to get that water down there, I think is correctly noted by several board directors. I also want to talk about, very briefly, the distinction between the 3 types of uses, or means of getting water into the pool. Voluntary compensated, that's one side. The other side is you're in a compact violation. Whether there's a demand management pool down there at Lake Powell or not, it's pretty clear that the state has some authority to curtail water rights to ensure compliance, bring you back into compliance when you are in a curtailment compact violation situation. We failed to meet our obligations. The pinch point, that seems to be the anticipatory curtailment situation, where the state would, or there would be some sort of mandatory curtailment potentially in order to ensure continued compliance to the compact. Now, we've clearly expressed that nobody here at this board is comfortable with that. What I think we need some clarification from at a staff level is previously, and when we went to the CRWCD with our letter back in September, and when we tried to work this out with the Front Range folks, we said, you know, look, we can agree to these sideboards on a voluntary program. When you go to mandatory on an anticipatory basis, we have to have consensus amongst these, you know, these primary large-scale water organizations like the River District Southwest and Front Range Water Council before you go there. The state said, boy, that sounds like you're treading a lot on our sovereign authority. The Front Range Water Council folks said, no way, no how. That gives you a veto, and you know, we're just not going to agree to that. I believe that they won't agree to that. I believe the state, when it feels rightly or wrongly, I'm not making a judgment or a legal determination one way or the other, but I believe the state when it says that would tread upon our sovereign authority, we're not going to do that. So the clarification that I think we need is that not that we are going to insist upon a consensus to move toward something else, that we would insist upon an open public process that's as robust as the one that Brent just laid out, and that there's a clear reservation of rights that we don't necessarily agree. You know, the state goes that way and we want to challenge them. Yeah, we can do it. We might not win, we might win, but that we are not at this time asking for that consensus-based model, which some folks view as a veto. I don't think we would be successful in achieving it. And if I'm wrong, if you are seeking that, please let us know.
Any other comments?
Just a question. So where does all this leave us? I mean, we all commented.
Yeah.
So where does that leave us?
Well,
I mean, this sounds like we're going back to the table here, and we're going to go try.
We think there's a table to go back to.
If there's a table.
Yeah,
We
think
do
it's worth a
think
shot.
there is, and we think you know, that's why I tried to summarize what we heard.
Okay.
So that we've got good direction. We're not asking you to vote on anything. We do understand where you're coming from. We're hearing great reservation and not unanimity on these points, by the way, and significant concerns about the preservation of West Slope Act. And that, by the way, means the preservation of West Slope communities.
Well, it's not only preservation of West Slope, it's a preservation of the lifestyle of the state of Colorado, because I live in a community that every weekend is inundated by Front Range people enjoying our quality of life. And if they want to take all the damned water out of there, they're not going to enjoy the quality of life in Gunnison County. That's what the state of Colorado as a whole, the citizens, have got to get through their thick skulls. That there is a limit to the use of the natural resources that we're using today. And if we want to continue to redistribute them, there's going to be a cost. And that cost is going to be quality of life for everyone.
I think that's a really important point, that whole outdoor recreation economy that gets talked about a lot and what a big chunk of the GDP it is. That's all water dependent, and it's all ag land dependent. It's places people want to come to and see and play in, and it's keeping water on the western slope. That brings people into Colorado. I mean, the economy is deeply connected, and I think that sometimes we need to keep reminding folks of that. The economy of the state is tied to the economy on the western slope, which we need water for.
All right. We still have an answer.
I'll take silence as,
Yes,
as
confirmation.
Answer's 45.
If we got.
42, okay.
Yeah, we're past the break time, so we'll take a brief break, back in.
So 10 minutes, we are not, so we're done with our demand management discussion. So anybody who wants to stick around for compensation study discussions and things that are apparently less interesting, you're more than welcome to, but just warning you that that probably was the end of the real lively discussion.
It does not apply to staff. Thank you. Good work. But now we're a little behind, and we do have a guest to help us with the salary survey discussion. And so, Andy,
Yeah, if I can, this is Terry Evans of the Employers Council, formerly Mountain States Employers Council. Terry has prepared the report that you received on Sunday morning from me. I apologize for the late delivery of that. My thought was that we'd let Terry do a presentation on her report, and then probably Audrey and I will provide some thoughts and comments from the staff perspective on that, and seek your direction after that point. So, Terry, thank you for coming.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me meet with you today. So we're going to go through a series of a few short slides to just talk about what this survey is. And then you can understand the background for the details that you have already received. So the purpose of this study is it's used every 3 years to make sure that the midpoint of the salary ranges are appropriate for that going forward. On an annual basis, Audrey already updates those, but then we do a test and kind of true up every 3 years to make sure that everything is in sync and that the salaries in the market have not moved faster than the general market. So the way that the River District has decided to target the pay is to say that they're going to use the 65th percentile of the external market. So, and I'll show you the next slide, which kind of helps describe this. So normally when you look at competitive pay, and there are slides up there if you want, if you see. Oh, it's on both sides. Okay, so you can see it. Good. So normally, most organizations say they want to target the midpoint, so the 50th percentile, and that means that 50% of the employers pay more and 50% pay less. And the River District has decided that instead they want to elevate that to the 65th percentile, and that means that 65% of the employers pay less and 35% of the employers pay more. So it's elevated to be able to attract and retain top talent for this group.
excuse me, just one question. So, but that refers to the midpoint of the salary range, right?
Correct. Yes.
And I think the way this board has expressed that is it's a desire to be a slight pay leader in the industry. So that's what that in numbers has translated into.
And these are slides from the previous consultant. So that is all the same and carried over into the study that I did and into presentation here. One of the things that I wanted to point out is the way it was done in 2015 and 2018, because we have some variation that I think is important to understand before you look at the results of that data. One of the things is that although the number of organizations that were invited to participate was about the same, the number of responses was significantly lower this time when we did it than when it was done previously. And so the response rate went from 75% down to 45%. The result of that is that we have a lot smaller N for the data. So when we're looking at jobs, some jobs we have like 6 organizations that have responded and given us data, which is not a big pool. In fact, it is a very small pool to make determination about pay. When you look at the Colorado water organizations, that went down from 17 to 13. The Western water organizations went down from 9 to 4, and the Colorado cities and counties went from 10 to 4. And so those are significant decreases in the survey data that we have. And we're using that to calculate what the fair range is for this group. Here are the organizations that participated. So the Centennial Water, Central Colorado Water, Denver Water Board, Dolores, Eagle River, Metro, Wastewater, Mount Vernon, Northern Water, Pueblo, Southeastern, Conservancy, and then Conservation District, Upper Yampa, Ute River, and then for out of state we had Central Arizona, Eastern Municipal Water District, Jordan Valley, Las Vegas, and for Colorado Public Employers, City of Aurora, City of Boulder, Mesa County, and Montrose County. So when we talk about the custom survey, these are the organizations who provided data. But not all of them provided data for each job, so that makes it more complicated as well. So in an organization, especially in a small organization, you're going to have fewer and fewer employees, and so when they respond to the survey, you're going to get, some of them are going to be consistent, and other jobs are not consistent with the other employers and the other organizations. Another piece of information that I think is good to think about is to look at these survey participants. And some are certainly smaller, but I wanted to point out these large ones because later on in the presentation, I'm going to show you how the data has really been driven to a higher number because of some of these large organizations. So the City of Aurora that has a budget of $817 million, 1,400 employees, City of Boulder, $389 million, 3,000 employees, Denver Water, $345 million, 1,000 employees, Eastern Municipal Water District in California. So this is east of LA and in the LA area, $398 million and 663 employees. And then I have the River District. Normally, you want to look at who you would hire from and who is kind of consistent in the work that people would do. It's consistent in size. And these players, or these participants in the data, I think, again, they're driving up the price that we're seeing on some of these positions.
Well, they're not comparable either. I guess be my take on it too. Shut up, Doug.
No, that's why I wanted to share that data with you because they're very different.
Yeah, indeed.
And because it's a median, not an average, it also probably makes it look higher.
Well, the median actually helps us somewhat, but it still is affected by that, and so we'll see that later in this data.
I would, just to be factually accurate, if we go back to the revenue page, while we're certainly not in the hundreds of millions of revenue, the revenue number that's up there does not take into account the enterprise, which is a significant business function of this district, which has a $7 million a year budget in revenue. And so the numbers are not actually accurate up there, and I just want to make sure everybody's looking at that and understands that those numbers are and I think, Doug, I just want to respond. These entities aren't identical. A lot of them run very similar operations to our enterprise, and they are the people we end up sitting across the table in negotiations.
That's fine.
Some of the others, the little ones that are not going to be emphasized in this report, the Dolores Water Conservancy, Ute Water Conservancy, other ones like that, they have a much smaller function. So when you take that and look at why this district and why this board has in the past directed and asked us to look at those organizations, there's a wide range of organizations. This definitely highlights the larger ones, but it is not a fair representation even of those that respond.
I wouldn't consider Ute to be a smaller organization,
True.
actually. They are a large organization serving treated water through a
True.
large area in the growth area, Grand Valley, so
That's true.
they're a significant organization.
So I did want to point out, I pulled this off of the internet from the financial statements for each one of these organizations. So these were the budgeted operating revenues for these different organizations, and I got this off the internet for this group.
Right,
too.
and you didn't
So-
look at our entire budget. That's my point. So
Okay,
that's
so
only a
this is
portion of
operating,
our-
yeah, okay.
Right, there's another portion of our budget that's also online that you didn't see.
Right. So, and the same was true with the other ones, too. So I was just looking at the general operating revenue from their financial statements. So I think that although there might be small variances, this does reflect pretty well the kind of the size, where 817 million, that's from their operating budget for 2018. So the surveys that we used in this project were the American Council of Engineering Companies of Colorado for 2017, and the Employers Council, Public Employers, and the Benchmark Survey for 2018. And the data was aged from these surveys to approximate the salary information for June of 2018. So we took like 1.9% because of the inflation of pay, and we increased the numbers that were before June of 2018, which is when the custom survey was done. So they're all synced up to be in alignment with the same period of time, to June of 2018. So when I did the analysis,
Can I interrupt? Can you go back real quick? And I assume that the director has read the report, but can you just talk about, you highlight the custom survey and then you talk about the published surveys. Can you talk a little bit about the process of how that data is used, or will you get to there about weighting at 50%? Published surveys.
I did have that later, but
Okay.
yeah. So, and if I don't talk enough about it, let me know, but I do have a slide related to that. So the results showed that 86%, most of the positions are they already have range midpoints that are within the 90 to 110% of the 65th percentile, so that they wouldn't need adjustment. There were only 3 that had midpoints below, range midpoints below 90%. The public affairs specialist at 89%, the administrative chief and business operations at 74%. And part of that position was because we changed the way that we did the market match. The business support specialist at 87%. And there's one range midpoint above 110%, and that's the senior counsel at 115. So most of the positions, 25 of the positions, fall within the already established ranges. And here are the results, position by position. You have that detail in the report that was sent to you earlier. I wanted to point out a different methodology in 2018. Part of it is, we already talked about this in terms of the responses that we got. So that kind of changed it without us even trying to change the methodology, where we had many fewer data points coming from the custom survey. There were some differences in the surveys used. If you look back to 2015, was anybody here 2015? So they have that kind of reference point? Okay. So some of the surveys were different, but most of those were for reference only, and they didn't really enter into the calculation of the 65th percentile. Because in order to do that calculation, you have to have the median and the 75th percentile, and a lot of that survey data did not have that. Another difference was that some of the market matches were changed, like for the administrative chief, where it was largely done on the custom survey last time, and this time I added to that the Employers Council market match, and so that tended to help drive up the price for that.
I would also just say the administrative chief job description has changed in the last 3 years, so it includes oversight of the financial accounting arm of the district. So that position is a much enlarged operation, and what Terry has done is compared it to administrative chief / director of operations, I believe is the term.
Yes.
And I think that reflects an enlarged authority, so that's part of why that particular position is being called out here, and is a different match.
Yeah, and it's, I think now when we go to the survey data and we match it to that position, that it's a better match than it was before. And so I think it wasn't used probably in the past, but now it looked like it was more representative of the work that Audrey is currently doing. When I went through and looked at the results of doing a 50-50 weighting, which is what was done in the past. So in the past, the custom survey was weighted 50%, and then all the other surveys were weighted 50%. And when I did that, I saw that there was a distortion in not all of the data, but in some of the data there was a distortion. And then I went back and looked at why is the custom survey data so much higher than this other market data that we're comparing it to, which has a much bigger N than the custom survey data. And what I saw was that the custom survey data was affected a lot by some of these very large employers. And so I could actually quantify it and go back and look at it and say, these very large employers are having an impact on the survey. Now, in 2015, maybe they didn't do the same matching, so maybe it wasn't as distorted. And again, this is only on a few positions where it happened. But where I saw that happening, then what I did was weight it 20% for the custom and 80% for the other, to try and compensate for the distortion that I saw in the custom survey. The other thing that I did is I proposed that we move the new ranges to 90% instead of 100%. It makes sense to me that if your guidelines are 90 to 110, that when somebody falls out and they're at 89, they would be moved up to 90 instead of 100. Because you have somebody at 90 who's not getting moved at all. And if you're saying that the range is really 90 to 110, that to move them into that acceptable range is what we should be trying to do. And not have them leapfrog over a bunch of people. Because there were people who were at 90 who did not get an increase, or 91. So those people don't get an increase. And so that's what you're saying by that behavior of not giving increases to all of those people. I think it's more consistent to bring them to 90%, to bring them within that range of 90 to 110. The other thing is that this is, it's not like it's this very precise science. This is kind of, it is trying to figure out what our best estimate is. And my other concern is if you move it too far too fast, you can see that sometimes what happens, and I've experienced this with other employers, you move it too far too fast and you find out, oh, that was because of a couple data points that really drove that up. And if you're already at 100, it doesn't give you a chance to really moderate that. Whereas if you're just at 90, the difference of, well, should it have been 90 or 91, 92, is not as much as if you move them all the way to 100, then you're really saying, okay, we're confident that this is the amount that we should be paying. And the whole thing is an estimate. So we're trying to get as good as we can, but I think moving them to be consistent with the rest of the employees is a better way to go. Does that make sense, or do you have questions about that?
Who is the 80% other again? What is that? I mean, the 20% custom, who is the of the 80% other?
So those were the other surveys that were used.
Out of data that you guys at Employers Council gets?
Yes, yeah.
Because I mean, the custom came from the sheet that you had.
That's right. And so it's a much bigger group.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It has a lot bigger N, and I'll show you some of the information, what happened when we looked at that bigger data as well.
Can I just explain for a minute, just to make sure? I think the concept of percent of moving that midpoint of the range, I just want to help, for someone who people don't deal with this every day, Terry.
Yes, no, please do.
It's helpful to
yes.
make sure everybody's on the same page before we move forward. And so if you can picture it, our salary ranges are, depending on the position, are anywhere between a 30% range and a 48% range, and it really depends on the position. This is a philosophy that goes back to 2000, as far as we could dig it out in our records. Higher level positions have a bigger range because you can get a bigger range of compensation, right?
Yeah.
So Peter's position. I'm not going to pick on him, but Peter's position has approximately a 50% range of where that salary may be, right? That's the total range of the salary, the actual salary that will be paid. What the targeted midpoint is the midpoint of that range, right? So we already know it's 65 in the 65th percentile of the total of the two surveys, right? So we have this custom survey, we have published survey. We take the average of those two, in at least historically 50-50. You get the 65th percentile average, and that's the midpoint of the range, and then you go out 25% either way to get Peter's salary range, right? It's smaller when you get down lower because there's frankly less room to move, and you want to make sure we're paying people a living wage. The range midpoint adjustment that we're talking about here is when you basically take that range midpoint, that's 65th percentile, and you say we want to be within that number plus or minus 10% of that number. So 90 to 110%. 100% being that 65th percentile, right? So so we're trying to stay in that range. We don't want to pay somebody. We don't want their range. And by the way, this is not their pay. This is just their midpoint. So we don't want the midpoint to exceed that. We don't want the midpoint to go below that. Historically, this board and the district has said when they fall below 90%, we'll move them up to 100, because in general, wage inflation occurs, and we see people falling, the range is falling out quicker if you move them to 90. Also recognize that if you have some people whose range midpoints are between 90 and 100, and some that are between 100 and 110, in general, you're kind of in the realm. It's not, as Terry says, an exact science. So that's where we're trying to get to, and Terry's recommendation on these few salary positions that need adjustment is don't move them to 100%, move them to 90%. And I just want to make sure that if that helps clarify it for everybody.
That was good, thank you. I appreciate that. So if we again go to an example, if we say at the 65th percentile, we estimate that the pay should be 100, then what I'm saying is, well, we kind of $100,000. So if we think that it should be 100, and now it is 70,000, then I'm suggesting we move them to 90,000 instead of the 100. Because if they were already at 90, they would not get an adjustment. So to move them to 100 really is kind of overshooting, I think. It's overshooting the minimum of the range. And a lot of times what you want to do is move people into the minimum of the range as you're moving them. But again, that's not what you've done in the past. Something to think about going forward. And especially when you have people at 90 or 91 that you're not adjusting. So if you really believe everybody should be at 100, then you should adjust everybody to 100. And maybe anybody who's over 100, then you move them down. But if you have this range, which I agree with, I think that the range makes sense. I'm just saying a more conservative approach would be to move them to the minimum of that range, that new range, where they're already getting an increase into that range. Move them to the minimum of the range instead of the middle of the range. But it's something for this board to decide.
Yeah, and the only problem I see with that is, I think what Andy mentioned is that with wage inflation, you might well be having to do a readjustment on this employee again in the near future, if you adjust them to the very minimum part of the.
But Aubrey already does adjustments every year. Yeah. She does some adjustments to look at wage inflation. And I hear what you're saying, but if that's what we think, then why aren't we moving everybody up from 90 to 100? My argument is do it consistently with the group, rather than to say just because you're at 89 you go to 100, whereas if you're at 90 you get no adjustment. And so you might say maybe at 90 those people should be adjusted to.
I articulated this in my memo, but since we're talking about it, rather than wait, I think if the desire of the district is still to remain a slight pay leader, hence the pay at the 65th percentile, if the end result of say 2 or 3 of these triennial surveys is to have the majority of our staff having their salaries adjusted to 90% of the 65th percentile, we will end up not attaining the goal of being a slight pay leader. We will end up with our salaries at 90% of the 65th percentile. And that's for this board to set that policy, but I want you to understand where that leads to. And I only voice my concern, not because my pay is set by you and not by this. I'm concerned that it will really affect my ability to retain and attract employees. And we're looking at a lot of turnover coming up, and that issue is a real one in the marketplace.
How do people move up within the range?
It is generally we do a merit-based assessment every year, and we have a significant formula that Audrey could explain, but
only a geek would love it.
That was also set by our previous compensation consultant that we've been using for the last over a decade. And that is, the idea is that the better your performance, the higher percentage increase you get. But we also look at where you're at within your salary range. And so when you're in the higher end of the salary range, your performance increase, your percentage increase is lower because it recognizes that you're now in the higher end of the range. So we're going to slow down that wage growth. And I actually have a copy of that matrix that I was going to provide to you guys tomorrow for your discussion with your general manager and general counsel evaluations. But can I also just say one thing, that I believe that the 90 to 110% range of around that 65th percentile was said and accepted by the board with the understanding that we do these triennial salary surveys. And so if somebody, it allows for us to go with the ebbs and flows of the market a little bit. And I don't think that if somebody falls at 90%, and you can look in 2015, a lot of those that were in the lower percentage have now fallen out of the range this time, or maybe they've market corrected and they're a little bit higher. And so I think that was sort of the idea, that we would bring them back to target and then look at it again in 3 years. And so I think that was where that 90 to 110 came into it, instead of saying we're going to always bring everybody back to 100 every time, because that's just it's not easy to administer, it's not very realistic. And so I think that maybe you should keep that in mind as well when trying to decide where you want to bring those target midpoints back to.
And if you'll note in our memorandum, we recommend a compromise between the historic practice of bringing them to 100% and Terry's recommendation of 90, and that is to allow us to readjust these to the 95th percentile or 95th% of the 65th percentile. So just essentially a compromise, but it, I believe, will assist us in balancing.
So I just have one other question, and that's regarding the adjusted weighting. I guess, so that applies to some positions, but not all positions.
Right. So can I show you the next slide? Because I can see why you have concerns about that. So it is based on looking at the data.
Exhibit C to your memo.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. You can blow it up.
So I'm sorry for the small print. So let me tell you how this analysis is laid out. So the first column on the left is the job, and then it goes to the River District proposed midpoint. Then my proposal, the number of organizations in the custom survey, the number of organizations in the Employers Council public survey, the number of organizations in the Employers Council benchmark. Then it gives you the custom survey 65th percentile, the mean of the other surveys, the 65th percentile, the custom survey, how much higher it is than the mean of the other, the custom survey employment size 1 to 90. So this is another cut of the data. So for each one of these jobs, we can actually go in and look at it. Okay, if we look at smaller employers, what does the data look like? And I think that helps us to see where the big numbers are coming from. It definitely does. And then the next column is custom survey, operating budget of 5 to 50 million, and then I have custom survey notes. So, for example, on the first position, the community affairs director, the River District is proposing 108, and I'm suggesting no change. And the reason I'm suggesting no change is there are only 6 data points from the custom survey. That's it. And so when I look at just 6 data points to be able to target somebody's pay, that's not very much. So then I looked at, okay, how many were in the public one and how many were in the benchmark? Much bigger numbers. I mean, not huge, but still. And you can see the difference in the amount of the salary that came through from the custom survey. It was $135,000. And from the other surveys, it was $92,000. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. And that makes me question the validity of the custom survey data. And that's why when I went through it, I said, I don't think that survey data is valid to be used as a 50-50 weighting to determine pay for this group. So then the difference is 46%. There's something going on. You don't get data that's that different if it's collected the same way. You don't get that kind of variation. So there's something going on. So when you look at the smaller employers in the survey, and this is from the same custom survey, so when you look at it in total, it's saying 135. When you look at smaller employers, 1 to 99, the pay is 88. When you look at the people who are, the organizations making 5 to 50, it's still 104. What's happening, there are 2 salaries from very large organizations that have revenues of over 50 million, and they're pushing up the 65th percentile to 135,000. 2 employers. So that is distorting the data. And that's what I was trying to reduce. I'm trying to reduce that distortion by saying these couple data points, it's not valid to make a decision of pay based on 2 data points from very, very large organizations, over $50 million. The next communications director is similar, 8 data points. It came out with 143. When you look at the other surveys, it's 96. There are 4 salaries from very large organizations making over 50 million a year. Their revenues are over 150 or over 50, and they are driving it up to 143. When you look at the organizations just in 5 to 50 million, the pay would only be 99,000. So again, that's where I'm saying when you see that kind of variation, that data from that custom survey, I don't think is valid to use for this group. And that's why I proposed that we weight it differently. The public affairs specialist is 81 from the River District, and I'm saying 68. And I think most of that is from the 5%, right? Because I'm doing it at 90. You're doing it 95%?
That is also, so the River District proposed midpoint, I just want to clarify that is we took the data provided, the custom survey and the published surveys, and we just changed the weighting to 50-50.
Yeah.
And then put it at 95%.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
We're not going into a full analysis of the data on our own. We're just making it consistent across the board with the 50-50 weighting and up to 95%. And that's where the River District proposed midpoint is.
Thank you. Yeah. So that's the difference you come up with. So is it 81 or is it 68? Well, when I look at this data, I look at the custom survey said 103. And that was 50% more than the other survey data where we have a lot more data points. So when we have data points of 71 for the benchmark, 20 for the public, and we only have 12 for the public affairs specialist, then you look at, if you look at, again, the custom survey data in itself, so not looking at any other data, it's saying 62,000 versus looking at 71. I think that 71 is more reliable than 6. And we know that those are coming from very large employers. They are not the same size as the River District. The next one is the administrative chief. Again, River District is saying 132. I'm suggesting 123. 11 in the custom survey, up to 39 in the other surveys. Now here the data is more consistent. But when you look again at employers that are the same size as the River District, 1 to 99, the pay comes out to some of those very large organizations. Denver Water are pushing it up. The next one, business support specialist, the River District is saying 65, I'm saying 56. Again, the total survey only had 7 data points. The other surveys had 38, total of 38. 3 salaries for very large organizations drove it up to 77,000. 3 data points. That's what's driving it up. The other data is consistent with a much lower rate of pay. And then the final one is the chief accountant, where with the River District it would be 116. I'm saying it wouldn't change. There are 12 data points versus 65 with the other surveys. The custom survey, if you look even within the custom survey, it comes out to 130. There are 5 organizations that, again, are distorting the data and driving it up to a higher rate. So that's my concern. When you have this custom survey, and it has some very large organizations in it, and you're basing your pay on that you can get distortion, and you can end up overpaying people for positions. because of the distorted data.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So is that, those numbers we're seeing, is that salary only, or does that total compensation package value?
Salary.
only, yeah. So do you wait, when you're doing a survey, do you take into consideration all of it? You know, how does our healthcare plan compare with others? How does our retirement contribution, all of that? Does that, because it seems like that is part of the compensation package.
Tom, it is, and it's one of those items that Audrey and I have flagged as something that we need to try to get data on. We've been informed that it's very difficult to get accurate total compensation when you look at the benefits and the dollar value of those benefits. It's very challenging. I'd like to work on that before we have our next triennial survey. This is just salary. I would say, however, some of the comparisons from the private organizations are base salary. They don't include bonuses that let me maybe draw the chief engineer's position as an example. The ACEC, it's the American something of engineers.
Associated Companies of Engineers.
Associated Companies, yeah, of engineers. It's an engineering collective, right? And so when you look at the private engineering firms, sometimes a lot of their compensation can come in the form of bonuses. That doesn't show up in their base pay that's averaged here with the custom survey. Public employers generally do not pay bonuses, and so that it's not really accurate. And I think that goes to a couple things here. I mean, I think we don't need to necessarily focus on these individual positions anymore, but the question is, you know, we do a custom survey. We've identified those people for one reason or the other as people we're either competing against and or we're sitting at the same table negotiating against. The desires as laid out in my memo previously expressed by the board to be able to essentially compete head-to-head with these organizations. We recognize, and I think the prior consultant recognized, that those can be high. The water industry and the salary reporting numbers, frankly, in some of these very same positions, the reporting numbers from 2015 weren't any different, right? But the idea is you take those and you weight those against the public surveys, and those public surveys, or those published surveys, excuse me, are oftentimes not great. They're kind of matches, but they're not great matches. And I'm going to pick on our public external affairs manager on this one. That position that he was compared against, his position was compared against, doesn't even have governmental affairs or lobbying in it, and neither does Zane's position, which is the second position that Terry has as a potential problem or a disagreement from us. That's an important component of his job, and I think, to be fair, Terry's doing what every salary consultant does, and they're trying to get an approximate match. The idea is it about a 70% match of the actual job? Well, yes and no in some instances, and yes and no. There are some variables, and really what I said is, look, we see this, but my concern is that going to 20-80 split instead of the 50-50 split for some positions, but not all, leads to the feeling both on the staff and I think externally that there's some arbitrary numbers being applied. And I don't mean this as a negative, Terry. We've talked about this.
Oh, it is. I mean, because I'm seeing what I think is bad.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take that garbage and hand it off.
Right.
So I'm trying to compensate
and
for
right.
the
And
bad
so
data.
my recommendation to the board is I appreciate having that very specific information about, hey, this is why that number doesn't make sense, right? So what I would like is what we've done historically, and I guess the direction is it could be discussed here, is we take this data, and if it's all 50-50 and we have Terry or the salary consultant call out, hey, this is a real problematic data set. This is being driven up by a certain number of large employers or positions that don't seem right. There's something wrong. Then either myself on my own as your employee who is responsible for hiring everybody else, or myself together with the executive committee could take that information and basically adjust each one of those problem positions if in fact they are problems. If in fact we say, you know what, that data is really not accurate. So we get the 50-50 numbers, we get the problems called out and identified, just like Terry has here, and then myself or myself with the assistance of the executive committee actually adjust those numbers. And I think that would, to me, would be helpful. I feel honestly like this 2080 number might be applicable for one or two of these positions, but it feels like it's arbitrary as applied to all of them across. You know, I mean, when you pull out, and it's actually 9 positions where this only shows 6. 9 of them were actually called out as 2080 and 25. You know, and then so it isn't quite. Doesn't feel right, and I'd like our employees to feel like we're actually being objective in our setting of their salary ranges, and that's my concern about this methodology.
So we're not involved in salaries.
No.
Anybody except you and me.
Yeah, that's right.
So are you looking for an affirmation of the previous board's expression that we're striving for a 65% of?
Yeah, and I've got just a couple recommendations that in the memo, one on this 50-50, that we stick with the 50-50 and that you affirm that it should be my obligation to deal with this data when it's anomalous or odd. The second was allow us to reset those midpoints to 95% of the 95% of the 65th percentile.
You know, I got your email, but
I know.
I see it to a different thing.
Okay.
So so are you looking for a motion?
I would love a motion.
I would move the general manager's recommendation on staff salary.
Second.
Motion from Ely, second from Chandler Henry.
With one slight qualification, and I don't have them in front of me at the time, but that it, with respect to the small number of employees that are responsible for general counsel, that it would extend to that.
Okay.
Didn't mean to step on
that. I'll accept that as part of the motion.
I had another question for Terry. You identified a handful of large organizations that you believe have skewed the data. I also noticed that those organizations are either on the Front Range or in California, which are entirely different employment markets, particularly California, which probably pays the highest salaries in the world. How do you incorporate that into your calculus?
Well, that's what I was trying to do to compensate for that. So I didn't have any part in determining who was going to be part of this survey. That was determined in the past. And so I was brought in after that had already been determined. And so my recommendation would be to not include some of those very large employers going forward, because you can see the result in skewing the data.
And Steve, I would agree with you that certainly with respect to the California employers, there's some question as to whether we can compete with them. I would say, however, we do compete with the Front Range for many of our positions here at the River District, and we compete with very large employers, Denver Water, CSU, Aurora Water. We really do end up in drawing from the same talent pool, and so I think it's important to understand that maybe there is a difference. We also have Mesa County, Montrose County, Dolores, other smaller agencies, other West Slope based governments to hopefully balance that out.
I understand when you're negotiating at the table with someone else, you need a horsepower that is equivalent to what they've got. But I remember hearing from the hospital administrators a few years ago down at Grand Junction about how they set salaries for doctors, and they work some local facts into their calculus. They've had great success in attracting doctors and surgeons into our hospital based on where we are. So that's kind of a compensatory feature that does play a role in reality.
I do have a question with what seemed to be some of the description. Are we looking at setting the 65th percentile as being the lower point of the salary range then?
No, mid.
It is the midpoint, because it seemed to be that we had the 65th percentile, and then we're saying that it will be adjusted. If you're below the 65th percentile, you were adjusted up to the
Let me be clear. This is just a salary range.
Salary range, yeah, right.
This is not adjusting anyone's salary.
Okay, this is
but it's the range,
yeah.
right?
Okay,
And then,
it was unclear.
but the salary midpoint adjustments, to the extent that there are any made after this, would be adjusted to 95. What I'm suggesting, or what the motion is on the table, is that I can adjust those to 95% of the 65th percentile, the midpoint.
Yeah.
And then that's of the range, and for my salary or Peter's salary, that's approximately the midpoint of a 50% range. For others, that might be the midpoint of a 33%.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it was
okay. It is not moving everybody's salary up to that.
No, okay, that was, yeah. Because you were talking about jumping somebody from, if they were 70%, jumping them up to 100%.
It's not a person jumping somebody else.
No, yeah, because it was talking about.
But there is some part of that, people who are at 90 will get no adjustment, whereas people who are being adjusted.
No adjustment in their range.
In their range, correct.
Yeah, so.
Right, they won't have any adjustment in their range.
In their range.
Right, they're gonna stay where they're at if they're at least 90. But those people who are lucky and go to 89 get to jump now to 95.
The range jump, yeah. And
yes,
so
their range.
Clarification is the range adjusts.
Right.
We are not adjusting them. They may close in on it in a certain time frame. Might take if they're at 70 and going to,
right.
It may take 2 years to close in on that, depending upon the manager and the human resources. Yeah. Okay, that's clear now because we're talking. You kept using they would jump too. Yes.
And depending upon their status and their work quality, they may never get there.
Yeah. For someone like UP, you might never get there,
right? Director Margaret.
So I'm going to support the motion, but I'm still concerned about it. I don't think it's. I think the 80-20 was more into the realm of what we need to be doing. I appreciate working across the table, but I don't think the 50-50's relative either, and I'm really struggling with that part of it there. And the reason why is we're still not measuring apples to apples. You might be the general manager, but you don't know how many people or you might be the office administrative chief, and there might be 75 or 100 people underneath that person versus having 2 or 3 people. So and again, as we move forward on this, that's just kind of the things. While we're sitting across the table, just need. I agree. Tell you the other side is that I'm concerned about. Our survey gets incorporated in a lot of other people's surveys too. Yeah. So,
and let me suggest what Audrey and I have talked about a lot of these issues, and so along with our department heads, and what I'd really like to do is bring this back at a time with some recommendations, because I do think some of the comparisons don't make sense. I think some of the methodology we should discuss it at a point where we're not receiving a product and needing a recommendation in the motion from the board, where we can bring it back and say, hey, these are areas we need to adjust. Now, I will say, back in my day on this board, I thought I understood this stuff pretty well. I understand it a lot more now, and I'm like, well, maybe this does need to be adjusted, maybe, you know, and so I get it. This is what we have right now. I think there are some modifications that need to be made, and I think we can get a better product. And I'm not insulting Terry's product. I'm just in general.
No, I agree.
And I think that. That it's a process. Remember, what we're trying to do is just get some objective basis for our salaries and not be subjective. And if you go back in time, this whole process was instituted at the district because Eric's predecessor as general manager tended to set salaries in what appeared to be a very arbitrary manner as to whether or not he liked somebody, and the salaries made no sense. And so we're trying to put them into a framework that makes sense, and I think Terry's looking at it from the outside for the first time and saying, whoa, there's some weird stuff going on, and I think I'm looking at it very in detail and saying, yeah, there are some things we need to tweak. So if we can come back to you long before the next triennial survey and say, hey, here's some issues, here's some recommendations, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Last comment, quick. I don't disagree with your 95% of the 65. If we're going to say that we're going to be paying and this is where I'm going to be more lenient. If we're going to say we're going to be at 65 percentile, we ought to be everybody at the 100% of the 65.
Well, then you're always over 65.
No, well,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah, because then you're up, because when you get promoted
by their merit
range,
increases.
then you're, yeah.
All right, any further discussion of the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Carried. And
Andy, did you want to go over the slides? There's also one for general manager that's in your deck.
Well, I would defer to the board. They are going to meet with their general manager tomorrow, so you may want to talk about that. I don't think she pulled up the general counsel, but this was an example, I think, that Terry wanted to talk about.
Position
Well,
by position.
it was just because it was in the slides the last time. That's honestly why I put the general manager slide in here. It was in the previous deck 3 years ago. And then I did have some other information related to the general manager so that you can take that into account when looking at the general manager's pay. There's some additional data there. And then the general counsel. So that was just to be consistent.
Go ahead, I think.
You guys want to hear this? Yeah, I mean,
I think it will inform our discussion of
the screen just went blank.
Oh, I thought we were done.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
If we can move quickly through the executive, through the general manager position.
So, okay, I'm sorry. The recommendation was based on this data to leave it where it currently is at. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the general counsel. Leave it where it was at. If you do 50-50 weighting, it's at 96% of that, so it wouldn't be adjusted. And I also wanted to support, though, give you some additional data. There was a question about whether it made sense to use the match for the executive director of water and wastewater. And so I went and looked at the detail, and the way that that's described in the survey is that it's the top position CEO, and a wastewater district typically reports to the board of directors. So I just wanted you to have that information that clarifies that match. I also went in and pulled survey data. The director of water for Aurora makes $221,000. Now again, that's for an organization that has a very large organization. City of Aurora has a budget of $817 million.
That's the city of Aurora, not Aurora Water.
Oh, I know, that's, yeah. But the
Yeah.
city of Aurora is huge, and so it's part of that. And they have 1,400 employees. So that's not, I understand that's not all of Aurora is under him. But still, that director in the context of a very large organization. So I just wanted to give you that context. And the Denver Water CEO made $337,000 in 2017. This is all from the internet research, so if it's wrong, then there's data out there that's wrong. And his executive team made an average of $218,000. I just thought it might be helpful to have a little bit other data related to that position.
And his executive team is, what, he has about 10 people at that range?
Yes. Yep.
And I can tell you from personal knowledge that Northern Water, for the past 6 months, been a very aggressive hiring and expansion program because of the expansion they've got. I mean, they've hired from Denver Water, they've hired from Texas, they've hired from Division 5.
Their ads have made it their way around the River District.
So Andy, look at what these guys making of.
All right, any other questions?
But they don't get to live in such a wonderful environment and work with such lovely people.
That's right.
Yeah, do we have any other questions? Have to live in Denver.
I know.
All right then.
So we
No other
good?
questions? I think we're done with business for today. Did we vote?
Yeah.
We're on the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Did you vote in favor? Okay. Did you vote in favor?
We voted. I was late getting it out, but I voted in favor. All right, we're good.
All right, thank you, Terry.
Good.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Well, I'm just, yep. Do you have anything more on the salary? Okay.
Well, one thing, I'm happy to go into any amount of detail that any director is interested in
Right now,
on the salary survey. I've spent a lot of time going through all of this information. As you know, we had a new consultant, and so that both brought up some issues that we need to address in the future, and it also presented some challenges getting to know one another. And then it was done differently this time around with 2 different departments within Mountain State Employers Council, and I think that we were slightly at a disadvantage because of that. But at any rate, I'm happy to, I think overall, I think things still look good. I'm happy to go into any amount of detail offline with any director who's interested.
May I say one thing? Yeah. Audrey's been great through this whole process, so thank you so much. She's been awesome to work with, as has Andy.
You don't have to say so much.
They know me better than that, Terry.
You all have rooms upstairs in our offices we've converted. You
got tents up on the roof, right?
No, we have rooms for you at the Hotel Denver. Apologize, absence of Lori makes us not get information out quite as well as we should. Hotel Denver is where we are having